Did
Yeah.
you did they let you do any of the like turn on the press
No.
or anything?
I,
Ah,
I imagine that they have insurance reasons for not letting
that's a
not
bummer
letting
though. Like
other people touch their materials.
it'd be so fun to just sit there and all of a sudden just like get to turn on the whole thing. But you did get a book like hot off the presses, literally.
Yeah.
That's so
And
cool.
yeah, no, it was wonderful.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hello. I hope you all didn't hear. I just threw a box on the floor. It made a lot of noise. Tonight is Gavin Doodle. And we have a special guest on tonight that I will announce in a minute. But this is the fun part. I know there's probably a lot of people that do this every once in a while, but I bought a bunch of new art supplies. And so I got all these fun little boxes of Holbein I get to open up. And I don't remember what I bought exactly. And so I'm going to figure out what they are. And so I got some olive Holbein, and I got some ash rose. I don't know what these are. It's a big box, and we'll find out. Oh man, I got a lot. They're not even coming out of here. Mustard, pale mint, peacock blue. We got 2 of those. A luminous lemon. That looks like a good one. So tonight we're gonna have on a special guest, and I'm gonna open these up in the background as I talk. We're gonna have a special guest named, and I'm probably gonna massacre his name, and he'll have to correct me, but I think it's Chuck Groenink. He'll have to correct me if that is wrong. But Chuck is a fabulous illustrator, someone who I have known about for a while, and in particular, one of the things that I love about Chuck's work, and I mentioned it in the post advertising this, was his ability to make work that sort of has, how do I put this? I think I said something along the lines, is extremely talented in doing really light, or dealing with light in a really subtle manner. And what I mean by that is not that, obviously he knows how to do beautiful lighting, but is really good at the subtle light. There's some people who are like, they need a floodlight in order to understand lighting. And his stuff is really, really special. So like in the book, When Diggs the Dog Met Zero the Squirrel, which was written by Chris Pine. Yes, that Chris Pine. There's some shots in here where the lighting is not, I'll see if I can find a good example here, where the lighting is, strong in certain instances, but then there's other times in here where I'm just like, he's so good at capturing just this like subtle hint of light. There's something like this sort of silhouetted, where things are a little bit darker because you have this light background to it that's just fabulous. And so we have stuff like When Diggs the Dog, that's Zero the Squirrel, William Wakes Up. There's a whole series there that's all about this little boy. And again, lighting in this one and some of the line work and stuff are really, really nice. And so like, again, those really subtle sort of soft lights are just fabulous. So I'm very excited to have Chuck join us. And so I'm going to let him in. I see that he's already requested. And so give me 1 second. I'm just going to do the Ask Us Anything on here. So anybody that wants to ask questions as we go along, please ask in the comments. And I'll try to keep track of it. Pin that comment. And let me make sure I get my live feed up here. And then I'm going to let Chuck in. Here we go. Should be just a second.
No.
Hello.
That was a lot of forehead.
Yeah, it's all right. It's sometimes it's funny to see when people join. Sometimes they're like spot on. Sometimes they're really close. Sometimes they're really far away. And I've had a couple where it's just this for the start. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, we've as I've been saying up front, I assume you were listening, but huge fan of your work, your aesthetic, everything that's there. But I'm like, as I said at the top of this, I'm just so impressed with your lighting. And I know that that's like, maybe not the thing where everybody's like, that's my calling card, but I just look at your work and I'm like, man, you know how to do soft light.
It's interesting that you say that because I always think of my soft light as a cowardice to a cowardice for like doing direct light.
I see. I would disagree in the sense of like I feel like it's the harder thing to accomplish because it's really easy to put a spotlight on something and go like, oh, there's the really high light, there's the really strong shadow, but to get it where it's like this like subtle light that's like the where you know the exact time of day and then like where the light is coming from, I'm like, oh, that's something I don't know how to do. I am not a good lighting expert, and so I just appreciate when I see that. But anyways, thank you for joining us. This is wonderful to have you on tonight. And you're in are you in upstate New York? Is that right?
Yeah, I live in a village called Valencia, which is near a village called Kinderhook, which is about 2 hours north of New York City.
Okay, yeah, so you're up in where it gets snowy.
Yeah, so we have some snow.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I live
either
far enough now to say like, oh, it's not that much snow right now, but
it's a lot. We just got hit today with something that probably rolled through, or last night that rolled through your neck of the woods not that long ago.
Where are you?
We're in New Hampshire.
Okay, yeah.
We get a lot of the like snow from Buffalo that sort of rolls over and hits us along the way to the coast. And so every time my agent's out there in sort of New York outside the city, and every time I think like, oh, we're getting hit, I bet you she's getting hit with snow too.
Jennifer?
Yeah, Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she lives quite near me.
Oh, she does? Okay. The no, I forget what the name of the town is that she lives in. How do you know Jennifer?
I don't actually know her, but she's the agent of a bunch of people I do know.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
So I think she lives like in Red Hook or Tivoli or something.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I was gonna say Tripoli, but I think it's a different. That's in like Europe somewhere. But again, thank you for joining us. We're excited to have you on, and I'm looking forward to sort of watching you work tonight. There's folks that I don't always understand their application. And what I mean by that, like I know that you work with like graphite and Photoshop and things of the sort.
Yeah.
And knowing the process, like I can make a guesstimate as to how you make the work, but I have a feeling there's stuff that I'm just like totally clueless to in the process. As far as like how you color and do things of the sort. Are you primarily graphite, like drawing and
really,
scan, or what is the standard process for you?
There is no standard process. It would be so nice if there was a standard process. It would make things easier, but I get bored very quickly. So if I do a book one way, then the next time I'm like, all right, I've done this. Now I want to do something else. So I often just bounce back and forth between a book that's drawn on paper or a book that's mostly almost entirely digital, but there's always like
a combo
element that goes on paper in there.
Yeah, that you can't fully remove the one or the other in the process.
No, because I tend to not make my mind up until I'm like halfway through a book, so it's nice to have that flexibility.
Wait, okay. I gotta ask, because I'm okay. Hold on, I gotta back up a little bit. I am someone who I'm trying to get to that point in the process wherein I am not so tied down by standardization. I like everything has to be the same, and I'm trying to get more flexibility in the process. But I still in the back of my head when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, okay, well, how did you convince them to let you sort of play around with style and approach all the way through halfway through a book? To me, I'm like, oh, I don't think they'd ever let me do that, and maybe they would. I don't know, but how do you manage that end of it?
I think to some degree it's because I sometimes feel something is quite different from other stuff, but maybe to other people it's not.
Okay.
To some
they don't see the.
I've never had an editor or designer go like, well, this isn't what we expected. So
Okay. I think I have had once, but it was an editorial piece ages and ages ago where someone said like, oh, these colors are not what we were thinking. And it was someone looked more alien because of the color choice that I made.
Huh.
And then, so tonight we're gonna draw, we're gonna talk, we're gonna go all over the place. My rule of thumb is sort of it is a conversation. If you want to change the conversation, direct it any which way. If I ask a question that stumps you or is too personal or something of the sort, just say, "Hey, I'm not going there." I don't think anything's all that personal, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
And then the big questions for the night, or a couple things to lay out. One, you can leave whenever you want to leave. I won't be offended. Hopefully you stay more than a few minutes for everybody's sake. But you do not have to stay the whole night. If you have stuff to do, I want to be respectful of your time. Two,
Yeah, I do have a bedtime.
okay. Well, what's bedtime for you? You're on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, so it's usually between 9 and 10.
Okay, there you go.
No, because I also have like a day job, so I have to be at the library tomorrow for that.
Wait, you're a librarian?
Not a librarian. I work at a library.
Okay.
I never went to library. I have no librarian degree,
Yeah.
so I don't want to make give people the impression that I'm a librarian, because I feel like, that's an actual thing that
You need a master's
Yeah.
for that. The true like library sciences. But you know the Dewey Decimal.
No, I don't. Does anyone actually know the Dewey Decimal System?
They don't. Most of the libraries are like, I don't know, maybe for the adults, but for the kids section, all the libraries that I've been to have started separating out. It's just by subject.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's mostly ease.
Yeah. So tonight, feel free to take off. Just let me know, and we can sort of wrap up in a lovely manner. Two, if the internet somehow drops on our end, it may look on my end. You may not see it, but on my end, it may look a little blurry, and you might hear me talk about it. But my phone should be still projecting out the actual thing to everybody fine. And then the big questions for you, though, are: what are we making? Like, do you know what you're working on tonight?
I did not really until like 10 minutes ago, and I made a very quick sketch of something I would be drawing. So not very quick right now. So
I came up with a skunk with passing a love note in class because tomorrow's Valentine's Day, and I literally drew a skunk because I didn't know what a skunk looked like, and so the drawing on the side looked really funky, and so this is closer to what a real skunk looks like, proportion wise.
You haven't seen skunks?
What?
You haven't seen skunks?
No, I've seen them. I just don't know, like, proportionately, like, if out of my head they look very different than what they do in real life, and so I'm trying to I have to find the balance there.
No,
yes, I have seen skunks all too well in this location in New Hampshire. And then the other question, and I probably have an assumption, but what are we working with materials wise tonight?
I was just going to use Procreate.
Okay.
I feel that's a good way to show a lot of my process. And then I don't have to break out a lot of stuff and get messy and move around.
Gotcha. And then one of the things that we ask when people use traditional materials is what kind of paints, what brands, etc. But if you're going with Procreate, the big question is, are there brush packs and things that you rely on?
I use the MaxPacks for gouache.
Okay.
I have one set of brushes by Vivian Mildenberger. I'm sorry if I mangled that last name. Yeah, that's about it. And then it's just some stuff I've modified on my own.
Have you tried the MaxPacks watercolor sets?
I have not.
They're pretty fantastic. I'm not a watercolor person, but some of the blooming brushes and stuff like that work really, really well. I have the gouache one too. I think there's 2 gouache ones that I have from him that are in that same sort of set that are go-tos, and I know a lot of people love those. So for the most part, we just start working. We sort of switch our cameras to whatever downshoot. I have a video feed up here that I can watch and check for questions from the crowd. And then as well, it's got a delay on it. So if you try to show me something, I might have to wait a few seconds for it to pop up, but it should be good to go.
Okay. And
I don't know if you've already planned your camera setup.
I have stacked a bunch of books on top of the scanner that I can
Okay.
that I can put the phone on. Here we go.
It just needs to be vertical and
Show
like
you
that. Yeah,
my analog materials.
No. We got
So I have this set of gouache from something called like the Turner Japanese colors, which really nice blend of just slightly off colors. I have some.
it's regular gouache or acrylic gouache?
It's acrylic gouache,
Okay.
and then I have some Dutch gouache that I got on my last trip back home, which is a brand. It's Talens, which is a brand I really like. And then there's just bunches of pencils, some very old raggedy brushes because I like my brushes messy. And that's about that's about it. I don't have a lot of fancy materials.
You don't need, and nowadays I feel like you don't need fancy materials. Like there used to be this big push and you know, at least when I was going through school and things of the sort of super high quality materials make a huge difference. And I've seen people work with such non high quality, you know, bare bones, child oriented tools and make beautiful work.
Yeah.
It's necessary all that much anymore. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch my camera and get all set up, and then I'll keep an eye on your setup.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure that we're all set up okay.
I'm also gonna
Second on my end. So while we get started tonight, can you tell me a little bit about sort of the history? I mean, I know some stuff. I was able to find some stuff online and things of the sort, but I know there's probably more out there besides just sort of the quick bio that you put up on websites. And so I'm wondering, can you give us a little rundown of sort of how you got started, either in art in general, which probably dates way back, or even to sort of illustration in particular? Where did that all begin for you?
I think like I was one of those kids who was always drawing, so like the question of like when did art start is
Yeah.
like, oh, that's too long ago to remember.
Yeah. Fresh out of the womb situation.
Like I grew up in, yeah, I would say a fairly like artistically minded household. Like my mom originally went to fashion school, unless just she was just my mom. She didn't have a job for most of my childhood. She was just taking care of me and my sister. And then my dad was a musician, so I don't think there was ever really any like question about going to art school as being like an odd choice.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
very much.
Were they? I mean, did they have any doubts at any
No.
point, or
No.
Okay.
I mean, I also grew up in the Netherlands in the 90s, so like the whole concept of having to make a living was not really
Wait,
factored into it.
in what way? I don't know. Is there?
Well, it just seemed like this was not a time when people really were concerned with like, oh, is that a thing you can actually make a living with?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like it was like, oh, yeah, of course, do whatever.
The with the history of sort of your parents having this art background, did you? And I'm going to ask. This may be a bit of a bold question here, but did your parents ever kind of emphasize art over other things? Like, did they kind of lean you that direction, or were they? Because some parents who are artists.
Oh no, not at all. But
I don't want my kid to go into that. And I'm wondering, sort of, yeah, their interpretation there. Did they want you to go that direction, or no?
no, nothing like that. I think we were very free. So.
And then when you were going through school, what kind of? I mean, you said art school. Where did you go to school in particular?
So it was an art school called, at the time, the Constantijn Huygens Academie van Bildende Kunst, but now I think it's called Art Ez.
Okay. And did you go for illustration or did you go for something else?
I didn't know initially what I wanted to do. I thought maybe I wanted to be a teacher because I didn't really know what illustration would look like. So that by the time I went to art school, I very quickly settled on illustration once it was sort of clear what that was actually like. And it was also like the closest to what I enjoyed doing.
Yeah. Was it like picture book illustration at the time, or was that something that you sort of came to later once you got into illustration?
Well, like when I went to school initially, I thought like I want to be one of those people who gets to draw illustrations for Lord of the Rings. And they don't make that many editions of that, so a children's book illustration was like the closest to that in many ways.
With were you, I mean, I assume that means you were a big fantasy fan back in the day.
Yes, for sure. A lot of Tolkien, a lot of Terry Pratchett.
Oh, my wife and son are going through Terry Pratchett right now, the Discworld series.
Yes.
Have you read the whole thing?
No, there's so many of them.
That's what I was going to say. They just finished book 1, and I think there's like, 40 or something like that?
Yeah. You kind of just have to pick a couple of, like, this is your area of Discworld, and you'll read those books.
Oh, but like there's thematic, like a series that's, I thought it was all one big story. I didn't realize it was like disjointed or not disjointed, but there's like a series on this subject and a series on these characters or what have you.
Yeah, there's like standalone novels, and then there are just recurring characters. So there's a series about the wizards, there's a series about the Night Watch in Ankh-Morpork Park, there's a series about witches. So,
and then is that something that you read when you were really young, or is that something that like was more of a recent find?
Oh no, that was like teenage years.
Okay, gotcha. I don't even know enough. I mean, I know that Terry Pratchett's a very funny writer, and I know him from other books that he did with like Neil Gaiman and things of the sort. But I did not know. I don't know that series in particular to be able to pinpoint like how old or how, when it's from in particular. Especially because we got ones that have like a new re-release and it looks like a modern version, and it's not dated too much. And then so going into the art school, you had this interest in sort of that range.
Mm-hmm.
Was that was Kidlit even in the picture at that point?
Not when I initially started, but then I found a book in like the school library. It was The Art of Maurice Sendak, and that really sort of gave me an idea of like, oh, this is something you can do with children's books. Now I'm interested.
What do you mean by this is something? Meaning like there was something that you didn't envision?
Yeah,
that gave.
And like just the complexity, the individuality, like it was like he made children's books seem like something that was more than just something that only children were to be interested in.
Was there a specific book in particular, or was that just all of his work?
It was particularly like his fairy tale illustrations.
Okay.
Like, do you know his Grimm's fairy tales?
I've seen like an image or two, but I have not read the full thing, and so I don't know enough to be able to say yes. Let's put it that way. No. I mean, I know some of, like, obviously there's classic ones that everybody knows, and then I know some of the like not necessarily deep dives, but some of the like lesser carried books, but not that one in particular. I mean, obviously, growing up, you said you grew up in the Netherlands, is that right?
Yes.
And then when did you move from there? And the reason why I ask is just sort of like what the experience was like with Kidlit there growing up.
So I moved to the US in 2010 when I had just started working as an illustrator in the Netherlands. So my experience with Dutch publishers was fairly brief,
Yeah.
but I know enough to not want to go back.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to dive into that. But what I mean, like growing up as a kid, obviously, like there's certain things that you probably got access to that were not as commonplace here in the U.S.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I also always thought that Arnold Lobel was a Dutch illustrator, and I had no idea that Frog and Toad were American.
Yeah. Okay. The it's. I mean, whenever I think of sort of Netherlands, and I think of some of the stories. Obviously, there's like fairy tales and things that are connected to it, and you having an interest in sort of the fantasy fairy tale side of things totally, like, in my mind, just goes, oh yes, perfect, check mark sort of side of things. But I also know there's some really twisted tales from Northern Europe in particular that have been maybe lost to time, or are, like, I was talking with last week. Was it last week, or maybe it was Anna Sussbauer, I think. We were talking about the German tale of that kid with the really long fingernails.
Oh yes.
And I don't know if that crossed the border of some sort, but like when I think of like old fairy tales, especially in the 80s and 90s and things of the sort, those are the kind of images that pop into my head. And so I'm wondering, sort of like the types of books that you read when you were little, was it stuff like Maurice Sendak, or was it something that was more sort of specific to the region in which you grew up?
I grew up with a lot of Astrid Lindgren, which is not specific, which is Swedish, of course. So I don't. But yeah, no, she was very big. Roald Dahl was very big in the 80s, 90s before in the Netherlands. So.
And then when you, I mean, if you came over in 2010, how old were you when you rolled in neck of the woods?
I was 28.
28. Okay. And so, and the reason why I ask is just sort of like, had you at that point settled in on the idea of Kidlit, or was so like when you came to the States, did it expand your knowledge of sort of what was available? Like, I don't know enough about sort of like what's available outside of the U.S. because I've lived in the U.S. the whole time, and I'm wondering sort of like what kind of access did you have in totality while you were there, and did all of a sudden you come over here and all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's all these other books I didn't even know about, or did you know about that stuff when you were across the pond?
I think I had a far more limited view of what was available here when I was in Europe. I really thought like it's gonna be hard to find work in America because American tastes are going to be so much more commercial. But the reality is that American publishing allows for, it's so big here that like it allows for a lot of variety.
Yeah, there's enough room for everybody to kind of fit in.
Yeah, which is very different from like the European markets where a lot of it is constrained because like every time you cross the border, it's a different market because the language is different. so in the European markets can be a lot more, are just so much smaller. They are in their own way much more conservative because especially in the Netherlands, you're stuck with like a handful of publishers who have very definite tastes.
Yeah.
So
is that what you were sort of hinting at in the idea of going back?
That and the fact that it doesn't pay.
Yeah. I mean, I have heard that too, that like I know some folks that have been in sort of sold books and made books in the Netherlands and Austria and sometimes it's like, yeah, they don't pay well. And I've also heard, and I don't know if this is true or not across the board, but some of the folks that had mentioned this to me said that they had to do a lot more of the work just in general. So like more designing of the book.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know what I mean? Like they had more hands-on on the book, or the expectation is that they would do more of that because the publisher didn't have someone in-house that would do, typesetting
Huh.
or things along that
Yeah,
lines, which caught me
I
off.
haven't. That is not something I've experienced, but
Okay.
the plus side of it is that a lot of books aren't printed in China. So I remember, like, for one of the books I did in the Netherlands, I just went with the publisher's designer to the printer in Belgium, and we sat there waiting for it to like roll off the presses, and we do color corrections right there on the spot.
That's awesome. That sounds so fun to me. Right off the bat, it makes me think. I don't know. Do you know Mr. Rogers,
Uh,
the PBS show from like
mhm.
the 70s, 80s and whatnot? I remember they had one that was about like books being made, and so that's my only reference point to sort of like, hey, that's what it's like inside one of the factories and how they do this thing, and it'd be so cool to sit there and watch it all. Did they let you do any of the like turn on the press
No.
or anything?
I imagine that they have insurance reasons for not letting
That's a bummer.
not letting
Like,
other people touch their materials.
it'd be so fun to just sit there and all of a sudden just like get to turn on the whole thing. But you did get a book like hot off the presses, literally.
Yeah.
That's so
And yeah, no, it was wonderful, and they served sandwiches. Like, it was really.
Is that your big takeaway from the whole thing? Is that they had snacks?
Yeah, you got taken care of, which is really nice.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that honestly, that's like doesn't happen
Yeah.
in most situations here. Like, I mean, you're lucky if you go and they go, "You want a coffee?"
Yeah.
So that's hilarious. I just like the idea of it's like a little kid going to like a their parents' office, and their big thing is like, oh, they had a dry erase board that I could draw on.
Yeah.
And like it has nothing to do with like the business. It's just the thing they got to do while they were there. So I see Tom Booth is on here. I don't know. Do you know Tom Booth's work?
I don't think I know him that well.
Tom will tell. If you knew, you know this stuff. I bet you know this stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, he wrote saying congratulations on your work, the boy here, boy there, and he has a question here, which is: would you say your approach to illustration is planned or mapped out, or do you find it's better to rely on instinct? I didn't even say it right. Instinct as you work. Like, are you someone that works by gut?
I will try and plan things, but I don't stick to it if my gut doesn't feel right.
So let me ask a different question than here to sort of like probe in that manner. And again, if it's too much, let me know. But how do you know when it feels right? Like, are there indicators? Are there things that you do that when you make it or you put down a line or things of the sort that you're like, that's it, that's the ticket?
Usually with my line work, I feel okay, but mostly I'm thinking about the project and the book I'm working on right now. Like, if in the coloring stage, I can get stuck on something, and the book I'm working on right now, I had these ideas about how I was going to color it, and it just isn't quite going the way I wanted to. So I'm just letting my gut take me to wherever it needs to go until I can work on a page and feel like, okay, now everything is like humming.
Is there like, thinking about the color side, are you someone that pre-plans your colors, or is that in the moment as well?
Oh, that is very, very much goes by feeling. Usually when I'm sketching, I have an idea about like, oh, the color should feel like so and so, and so.
But
and then
I guess the question that I'm wondering is more so like, because you're digitally coloring on a lot of this work, on a lot of it.
Yeah, for a lot of it, really depends on like how much time do I have for this book.
Okay. So I guess the question I'm wondering on my end at least is, when you're doing that coloring, especially if it's digital, you have so many options to change the colors digitally.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, do you set boundaries for yourself? And it's a matter of when you have issues with the color, it's an issue of like reestablishing those boundaries, or are you just pulling colors whenever you want from wherever? And it's a matter of, do they just blend, and do they, connect with the other colors that you've already established?
No, but what I tend to do is make like a little test piece in a way. Like I will just go in very rough, create like some. Don't think too much. Like I won't think about about coloring in the lines as it were.
Yeah.
Then I'll fiddle around with it until it feels right, and then I have like some colors that work, and I build on from there. Like that just becomes my palette for a whole book or like a section of
Yeah,
the
just
book.
based on sort of an initial pass
Yeah.
of some. Gotcha. I mean, I guess that's kind of the way that I work too. I'm someone who likes to sort of pick a palette ahead of time, but as I'm working on that first piece, generally that palette is where I make those decisions of like, oh, do I need to add something else in to make this work, or do I need to take something away? And then that, again, sets the barriers, or the lanes have been chosen for me by that point.
Yeah.
Going forward.
Yeah, or like sometimes I come up with a concept, and it's just like, okay, this is what these are going to be the colors, and then I work on that until it doesn't feel right, and then I might change some stuff. I've also, when like I feel like something is particularly inspired by like another artist, I might like even sample some colors from like some pieces that have worked as inspiration for whatever it is I'm working on, just to like get a sense of like, oh, these are their blues, or these are their yellows.
So let me ask a question there, and this I know the answer to this already, but for those that are out there who are listening, sampling from artwork, right, or pulling from things, there's always this question of ownership of what is, obviously it's not plagiarism of any sort, but I'm wondering, like, is there a level, or is there a way in your head that you go, okay, I'm going to pull colors, because I do that all the time too. I pull colors and compositions and things of the sort. I'm not doing all of it at the same time, but in my head, there's a boundary of where I cross too far and I'm taking too much, or I'm or the color palette is very, like, I wouldn't go take a piece that has a very distinct color palette and go like, that's going to be the palette I'm working with for this entirety. Like I have to introduce a little something from my hand or my palette into it in order to justify that in my head. And I'm wondering, as you're working and you start to reference other artists, how do you make that sort of separation, whether it be with color or whether it be with anything? Just how do you separate out the idea of like not crossing a boundary of pulling too hard from your heroes?
I trust that my own particular handwriting will come through.
Okay.
I think I have the benefit of not having that much technical skill that I can like copy something and have it look flawlessly identical.
Yeah.
Like I don't possess the skill to like completely master someone else's style. So I feel in general like oh no, like I don't have to worry, because my own like preferences are gonna come through anyway, the way, or like my own particular, like my own muscle memory.
Yeah, you have a safety net built in a way that whether you want it there or not, of some sort. I mean, one of the things that I when I was in school, did you do lots of master copies at all when you were in school?
No, we never had to do that.
Oh, see, that was the thing that like they had us do a lot of in certain classes. That wasn't every class, but in a lot of classes. And that was, of course, trying to like do the exact same thing that the person did. And I remember I was a big fan of John William Waterhouse, at the time. I did a lot of master copies of his work. Never, ever could I do the same thing. Even trying, like intentionally trying to make it an exact copy, and like to study the brushwork and the color choice and the glazing and all that kind of stuff, never came close. And I think it's, I chalk it up to sort of skill, that I just didn't have the same skill that was needed, or maybe it was something else. And so, like, to me, that was that same sentiment of like, I just don't have the ability to mimic on the same level, which now I look at as like, I think at the time I looked at it as like a detriment that I couldn't figure it out. Now I look at it as an absolute plus.
Oh yeah.
Figure it out.
And like imperfection, it makes things more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so that's a good. I mean, I don't know if you know that I teach on the college level illustration, but that's one of those things that I say to the students all the time, that I love when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard for that age group or people who are starting out to accept that sometimes the mistakes are the best part of what they're doing. And so I'm wondering, at what point in your career did you come to that conclusion that, oh, the things that I really love are the things that are not perfect, or the things that show the hand involved in it? Was that something that you accepted early on, or was that something that took some time to fully accept in your own work?
I think I'm still working on it, really.
Okay. But
yeah.
Like you still want to perfect stuff too much at this point?
Some things sometimes. I feel like my work can get lost in, I don't know, the square inch when I get like focused on like, what I need to make this particular hand look right, and then I forget about other things. Or
gotcha. You're looking at the tree, not the forest.
Yeah,
gotcha, totally. It's one of those. I will say that in my career, probably that happened in the last maybe 10 years, somewhere in there, that I started to accept the fate of what's beautiful is the imperfections.
Yeah.
But I think part of that is, and I don't know if it's the same for you, but when I was going through school, that was not necessarily that it was seen as a bad thing, but it was definitely something that, you're going through classes where they're trying to make sure that you understand how to capture light and color and all the things that you see around you. And then all of a sudden you're in this environment and you go, well, what if I just do it the wrong way? Or what if I let the color just do whatever the hell it wants? And that's a different argument to make. With the school that you went to, were they more of a like an old like artsy fartsy kind of school, or were they progressive in their teachings? What kind of situation was it?
We had a very interesting mix of teachers who I think together created a nice liberal atmosphere for developing your work. I think what I got out of it was mostly that, like, you need to figure out what you want, like what you want to do, what you get out of it. So it was not very technical oriented. Like in general, I get the sense that especially like American art schools and course illustration schools are still very sort of academic. There's a lot of, to me, it seems like there's a lot of focus on like the technical skills of illustration and not necessarily on telling stories.
Yeah. It's interesting. When I started out teaching, I was very much I was in that technical mindset of like, oh, I got to show you how to make the perfect line, show you how to mix your colors properly and whatnot. And part of it was the classes that I was teaching. And now I'm at a point where I'm teaching basically concept.
Yeah.
And project management more so than a technical how-to of sorts. And it also tends to be upper level courses. So it's people who have been through some of the technical know-how, but I can totally get what you're saying about sort of the approach and the technicality of sort of what they teach in some of the schools, and especially I don't know how old you are, but with the age range that I was going through school, it was much more focused on that side of things,
Mm.
I think, or there was a push towards that. And as you get older, you start to say, I don't have to follow their rules anymore.
Yeah.
Of something like, I don't know about you, but I hated gouache. When I was in school, they taught it the wrong way.
We were never taught like gouache. The only paint we got to use, we had basically was acrylics.
Really?
Yeah.
No, like oils or anything like that?
Nope.
Interesting.
I think you were free to use whatever you wanted, but
Yeah, but
in
acrylic
general,
was the mainstay.
yeah.
Interesting. I would have thought, especially if you're talking about sort of a European school, that oils, like the tradition of oil painting, would have sort of kicked in heavy.
No, there was no interest in any kind of like formal or academic kind of these are the ways that painting works kind of teaching.
I like
Although
it.
the only like hard rule that our painting teacher had was don't ever use the color black.
Okay, and now do you use the color black?
No, I still.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that would change. Like in my case, I heard that and I never used it when I was in school, and now I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, also I'm painting and making in a very like graphic way, so like black probably makes more sense.
I have like a friend who at one point was like, she hadn't seen Miyazaki movies.
Okay.
And another friend and I wanted to convince her to watch, and she was like, I can't watch that. I know he mixes black into his paints.
Yeah.
She was just so set on like that one rule that was taught that it was just like, nope, I know that's bad. I can't.
The way that I teach it in school is basically like there's no real black in. What was that? Oh, it was part of my studio fell apart there. That you don't see pure black and white in the world generally. It's always tinted with some color of some sort. And so the more that you have black, the less real it feels. Like it just doesn't feel like it's in the actual, our world of some sort. And, at the same time, if you don't care about living in our world and the reality that we live in, then like, who cares? Use whatever the hell you want. But I know there are people that sort of push back against that or are concerned about like the purity of painting, and they like would never. I kind of gave up on the idea of, again, sort of playing by rules that I was taught in school. Once I figured out, and this, I don't know if this happened to you, but once I figured out that some of the stuff they taught me was sort of backwards to the way that I like to think, then I was like the equivalent of the gouache. The way they taught us when I was in school is they'd make you buy a cabbage, slice it in half, draw out all the different separations that are in there, and then mix the color that was in the little spots, like in the openings, and they would be all slightly variation. They had to be perfectly smooth with no texture whatsoever, and like that burned someone out. It was boring. And then when I got out of school and I got into my master's program, all of a sudden I was like, I wonder what gouache is like again. And so I bought some, and I said, what if I mix it on the surface? And what if I what if I play with it in a really interesting way that I never would have before in school? And all of a sudden it was like, ooh, gouache is really fun. But it was because I was trained in this, like, this is the method you do it. And it was so technical. And so like, it felt like you were being graded on how well you mixed the paint or how flat you painted. And that's not the important part. And so, now I'm like, I'm going to break those rules. And I think it's switched over into a lot of other practices that I have that I'm willing to sort of take that leap of faith and say, I'm going to do whatever I want. And who cares about your standards of some sort? Remind me, your agent, who's your agent again?
My agent is Stephen Barr.
Oh, that's right. You got Stephen Barr.
Yes.
You got a writer's house.
I know.
Ooh. That's
Yeah.
when I say that, I'm like, there's a couple of agencies out there where I'm like, when someone is at that agency, I'm like, wow, look at that. And the Writer's House is one of those agencies, and Stephen Barr in particular. I've had a few folks on that Stephen was their agent. How did you come across having Stephen as an agent?
Uh, Purely by chance, weirdly enough. I was After I'd been in the U.S. for a little bit, I realized that like, oh, if you want to get into publishing in this country, you're gonna have to have an agent because no one, like, no editor is gonna find you
Yeah.
on their own.
Yep.
So I, I like I very quickly came across Writer's House. I emailed like one person there, and they emailed me back very pretty quickly, and were like, "Ah, this work is so nice, but unfortunately, it does kind of like I already represent someone who is sort of in your same wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I don't think that would work, but I took the liberty of forwarding your email to my coworker, Stephen." And then, like, half an hour later, I got an email from Stephen Barr. Like,
That's okay. That is it's I say on here so many times that like it's there's this method that everybody looks for on how to get an agent, and it's this like query letter. It's the standard practice that they teach you in all the different avenues of kidlit.
yeah.
But I also think most of the time it has nothing to do with that. It's all these weird random things of like, yeah, I knew someone who knew someone.
Mm-hmm.
I never met the person. They found me. And when you said that it was really weird, I was thinking you were going to be like, well, I was in the grocery store and I picked up a banana on one side of the bunch, and Steven picked up the other banana on the other side of that bunch. And
Well,
eyes. And,
for a while in the Netherlands, I had an illustration agent, and that was because my sister cut his hair.
Hey, it works. It's when people say networking, that's what they're talking about. It's just that like you got to know people and you got to get out and meet people for that to work. How long have you been with Steven?
13 years this year.
Ooh,
Yes.
long time. And has it one of the things that well, okay, I'm gonna try to phrase this in a way that makes sense outside of my head. I mean, Writer's House has a reputation as being a very it's a powerful group of artists that they rep and things of the sort. And I'm wondering, when you first signed up, was there a pressure in your mind? Was there something that you felt like you had to achieve fairly quickly in order to sort of, pay your dues to be with that house?
I would say that Writer's House, like, being accepted in by Writer's House felt like a validation, which was very nice when like I hadn't done any books in this country.
Yeah. How many books had you done prior though?
I was working on my second picture book at the time,
Okay.
still for a Dutch publisher. I'd done one Christian picture book.
So it wasn't one, but it wasn't like 20.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'd been working for like 3-4 years at the time.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm just the idea of like, we were talking today about agents and getting agents in my class. And I was saying, obviously it helps if you have proof of concept that you can actually work with clientele and you understand deadlines and things of the sort. And sometimes that's a single book. Sometimes that's you need to have quite a few. Sometimes that's, you just need to show that on your website that, hey, I understand how the business operates.
Mm-hmm.
That would be enough where they can take that leap of faith. With once you signed up with them, did you get lots of work at that point? I mean, you've done a lot of books.
I've done a fair amount of books for sure at this point.
Are you proud of them all? You don't need to name ones if you're not proud, but I'm wondering, like, with the amount that you've done, looking back, obviously it's been some time. Are you looking back at them going, wow, these are all really still hold up in your head? Or do some of them feel kind of dated and challenging to rehash?
I would say that I don't know if they all hold up, but I don't think I would really change my approach
Yeah.
on any of if I have to do them again somehow.
Gotcha. They're of their time, and that's perfect.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Um, and then I forget I asked a question before, and then I changed the question midway through. I don't remember what it was. It was something about sort of the books that you started getting. But so you've been doing this. What you said? 2010. You were here. How many books have you done stateside then? Like, or with Writer's House? Let's put it that way. Do you know the number off the top of your head?
It's more than a dozen now.
Do you feel like you've gotten into a groove at this point, or does it still feel fresh and new every single time?
A lot of it feels like something I've got a good groove in. Like, I generally can get stuck. Like, I don't get stuck in the beginning of a book ever, but there's always like some discovery to be made with a project.
With obviously, like, you've written a book now with the Boy Here, Boy There. Is that's your first, right? Writing?
Yeah.
Have you done another book since that you've written?
No, I have, I don't know, like 3-4 beginnings of other second books and third books.
But with that one, obviously, that's sort of a big drastic change to, instead of be illustrating someone else as it's your text. Was that a strange experience? Like, I mean, you've been doing enough books in between that understanding the structure of books, you have it down pat at this point, but then all of a sudden you throw in the mix, these words are my words. Did that change the dynamic for you in any way? And if so, how?
Not in terms of illustrating, really, but it was nice to be able to sort of create the thing, both sides of the book at the same time. I think that was really an interesting side of it, because I could really make it a book that works on a visual storytelling level, whereas I think generally most picture books, as much as the illustrations do a lot of the storytelling, they are like word first. They lead through the words.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So to be able to just have those two run in parallel tracks was interesting.
What was the writing process for you on that? I mean, like the equivalent of when you get someone else's manuscript, it's all written. You start to draw, you start to sketch and thumbnail out stuff. But when it was your writing, did you go through a different process? Was there like more of a drawing, then writing, then drawing, then writing? Or was it a similar sort of setup to the stuff that you've done of other, or similar to what you've done with other people's manuscripts?
It was very much drawing first, like trying to make a narrative that works visually and having the text support it.
Yeah, so sort of flipping the script from what you were talking about before of the artwork being the backup.
Yeah.
Of the supporting actor versus the lead in a certain case. And then I'm going to ask this question that I assume, since you have other ideas at this point, was it fun writing a book?
Yeah.
And
I think,
go ahead.
but it was also a little scary.
Why was it scary?
I think,
walk me through the thoughts.
I think because I had given Stephen a bunch of other picture book ideas, where in each time he was like, okay, good beginning. here are some questions I have, and then I couldn't never quite make it work. So with this one, I was like, okay, it's set in the Stone Age. The language is deliberately like primitive.
Yep.
Like this felt more like a gamble than any other one. So to have students, to then get that reaction, like, oh no, let's get this out to it and get it out to editors. It's like, oh, okay.
Was in working on that sort of on that book in particular to some of the other stuff that you had submitted to Stephen, was this process easier in a way? Like one of the reasons why I asked this is I find that my favorite things that I have produced writing wise have been things that have come out of me quickly. That, you know, I don't, not to say that I overthink a lot of stuff, but I mean, yes, I do. But more so in writing, it was sort of like, it just came out, you know, I typed the thing out quickly and I didn't have to hem and haw over how to start or what the middle of the story was, or, you know, what was the big climactic moment or anything of the sort. That it just sort of flowed and I didn't get caught up along the process. And I'm wondering, for you, was this something that when you wrote it the first time, did it just feel really natural compared to some of the other stuff you've written previously?
I don't know, because right now I'm wondering about the whole concept of like writing a thing in like basically one sitting, like this whole like, oh, it just poured out of you. Do we look on that as being like, oh, I feel good about it because, you know, it just came out of me? Is that just, do we have the attachments reversed? Is it good because do we think it's good because it came out of us, or is it that quickly, or is it actually good? And that's why it came out so quickly. Like,
I got it. Okay.
I'm thinking about that because often with writing or coming up with the story, I can get very attached to like an initial idea of something, and maybe that's not always the right idea. Like,
yeah,
because like we do this when it comes to sketching. Like we can often let go of an initial sketch, and then like on like a third pass, maybe we realize like, oh, this new idea makes the whole thing better.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah.
so like right now I'm suddenly kind of questioning this concept of like, oh, it has to be good because it came out of me so quickly.
Well, I don't think that's true for everybody. I know for me, I like, and I think the same thing happens in art. I feel better when I'm not overthinking and I'm playing in the moment. And so like, I often think if I work on a story for too long or I delve in too deep, that I lose the thread. Right. And so this idea of like, when it comes out quick, it means I get the what's a good, I'm trying to think of a good metaphor here. I'm not starting out having lots of little appetizers. I get to the entree right away.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that doesn't mean
you stay with the core of the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's inherently good because it was fast, but it means that my process allowed me to get the heart of the story out faster.
Yeah.
So that I'm not trying to figure it out over, you know, multiple sessions.
Yeah.
In
that sense, I can see it work.
Yeah. But I mean, admittedly, when I also think something came out fast and I'm like, oh, this is amazing, most of the time it's not.
Yeah.
And it needs a second pass or a third pass or what have you. But like the first couple of books I wrote and had published, the second one was extremely long, and it took, you know, months and months and months to even come up with the idea. And I came up with many ideas before it, and then it changed
Yeah.
over time. But that was also a second book and a 2-book deal. And the challenge there is just, the first book they liked, the second book you got to try to match the theme or make it work, feel like it's connected in some way to the rest of your body of work. But the first book came out in a matter of,
Plus, you have that pressure of the second book where it's like, oh yeah, we're giving you a 2-book deal based on this one idea of yours that we like already created.
Yeah.
So then just please come up with number 2.
Yeah, it's we know this one works because we bought it.
Yeah.
But boy, you better make something else that we want to buy because we've already paid for it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where I am right now, and it's.
Oh, do you have a 2-book deal?
Yeah. So I've given my editors several directions.
I mean, the one thing that I found that helped in that, because I had a bunch of stories, and like my second book was about a girl and some dirt. That's about selling dirt and trying to buy a soccer ball with it. The story started out about a tiger in the circus. And we went through multiple passes of that. And finally, we came to the conclusion that those weren't working. And I asked them sort of, what do you want me to write about? What would be a subject that would work for you based on sort of what the market needs, et cetera? And then they said, oh, we want a book about money. Because
that's it.
And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, let me look up story ideas about money. And it gave me a thread to sort of like, again, or it gave me a direction, because I was sort of directionless. I didn't have a rudder. And so all of a sudden when they gave me that, it was like, oh, well, here's the idea. This is how we do it. And I needed that push to make that work. Now, I think I've gotten to a point where I need less of that initial push, but I need a lot more of, hey, just because you did it or you think it works, there's so much more room for refinement. And part of that is I just like to improv versus edit. And so, I mean, I don't know if that's the answer for everybody's to go, let me ask the publisher what they want. That may not be everybody's cup of tea. But it did make my life easier, because I was just like, okay, I've tried so many things and none of them are connecting for everybody. Yeah. And like, just give me a direction and let me see what I can do with it. And it took relatively quickly. But that, the 2-book deal, I've heard that from other people too, that's a very challenging position to be in. It sounds great at first. You're like, 2 books, great. They really have faith in me. And then all of a sudden it becomes, oh, they have too much faith in me.
Yeah.
What do I do? Are there, with the stuff that you have going right now, are there things that like there's a potential with it, with some of the ideas, or is it still like really open-ended?
Well, let's see. I sent my editor one story that I'd sketched up, and she was like, well, this is a little far from like your first book, and I think would be good to like establish yourself with like a book that kind of that doesn't like go too far away from boy here, boy there.
Yeah. That also could be challenging in its own right, of like, okay, well, now I need to not just come up with something new and original, but I got to come up with something that's sort of like, what I want to say, like, not just aesthetically or the words are the same, but like that has to live up to the pre-existing one, or somehow compete on the same level. That's a tough one. I mean, I know of the same thing. Like I've had the same concerns of like, I want to do something wildly different, and then it becomes, well, we bought your first book because we thought it was funny, and so you can't go and do something that's super serious, because that's not your brand yet of some sort. So
exactly. So then I had a different. Well,
I hope
I wanted to
causing paranoia or stress on you by asking or talking about this stuff, like making you sort of worried about it. But it's a challenge, and it's a hurdle. What I think is good for people to hear is that it's not just because you have a deal doesn't mean that it's easy.
Oh yeah. Is it ever really easy?
No.
No.
Never. I mean, well, okay. So here's a question for you based on that I've asked quite a few folks. Is illustration fun for you, or is it a job? And I don't think a job is inherently a bad thing. Like sometimes illustration work is just work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the challenge is to make it fun work.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's not even a challenge. Like, it's only sometimes a challenge.
But effectively, there are times where it's tough on you, right? To find the motivation with a project.
Yeah, it can be.
And so
I haven't done a lot of books where it only felt like a job, but I generally try to find like some sort of technical challenge to make it interesting. Where like you have to figure out like something you want to do with it.
What's funny is I actually feel like books run into that problem less than other types of illustration. Like sometimes editorial work, you may not like the article in particular. Like, it may not be the magazine that you would normally read. And then all of a sudden it's like, how do you make like the equivalent of Planned Sponsor magazine, which is fabulous. Sue Jim-Bazzelli, like renowned for art direction on this magazine, but it's all about financial planning. It's not the magazine I'm going to pick up off the shelf and go like, this is my top choice of article to read of any sort. And so how do you make it fun and exciting? In that case, sometimes can be a little bit more cumbersome than I could draw some silly animals doing silly things. So one of the questions I've been asking people that I think is an important question to ask, because I think it's important for artists to do this. I want to give you the floor for a second and have you brag to the rest of us what you're really good at.
I would say I'm really good at texture. I'm also apparently very good at saying "I would say" tonight. But yeah, no, I think I'm good at texture. I think I'm good at using texture to convey a lot of mood, like in general. Like you said, I'm good at lighting. I would say I'm good at setting the mood for a book, like finding the right tone in a piece on a page to like.
I think that's sort of what I was talking about with lighting. When you say mood, that's probably a better way of describing what I'm talking about, in the sense of like,
Yeah,
subtle.
because like I don't think I'm, like I said, I think I like the soft lighting better because then I can avoid like having to figure out exactly how a shadow would fall.
Yeah.
And like where the source of the lighting comes from. Like I can just keep it slightly more opaque and not even necessarily always realistic, just to make sure, just so that I can establish just the right hazy atmosphere so that you can, as a reader, project the right emotions onto the story.
You gotta do what I do and just don't even do lighting altogether. Then you can avoid one extra bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things where like I do the same thing where it's like I generalize or I play in certain ways with the artwork with that intention of, if I don't do everything, like once the way I look at it, and maybe this is sort of in the same ballpark for you, once I start to put a certain type of detail in or a certain type of light, then everything has to match that.
Yep.
And so like if you start putting in something that's too specific of a light source on one little item that's in the scene, then all of a sudden everything has to have that light source and you have to pay attention to it. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you do a generalized thing, no one questions it. And so it's, it's a matter of like, how much can you get away with being general and not cause too much of a like challenge aesthetically with the rest of the piece. I see a question here from Um, let's see. Where is it? So again, Tom Booth has a question. Did Chuck have a favorite children's book or a favorite illustrator when he was a kid? And I know you talked a little bit about some of the stuff that you grew up with, but was there someone in particular that you sort of that was your go-to that you would always sort of fall back on as a kid, whether it be your choice or your parents' choice, because they probably bought some of the books for you.
Oh, yeah. They bought the books, but I also went to the library a lot myself, of course. But I think, yeah, it would be Astrid Lindgren's Ronja, the Robber's Daughter, which I think was the most influential book I read. And it has illustrations by the great Elon Wikland. And it's a book that's set in like a big dark forest. There's a castle and there are creatures. It's like it's basically everything I'm still obsessed with.
Okay. Is that is it a book that you own still?
Yeah, I have a copy in English, but it doesn't have the original illustrations. So I keep forgetting that I have it because it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's not the same.
No.
Particular. Is it one that you could still get a copy of if you went back home? Of course.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it ever went out of print there.
It just you can't get it stateside in the same way.
No, I think the only English translation is from the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there artists today that you look at that are your sort of go-to that are not necessarily that has to be on the same par as that, but like ones that you, when they have a book come out, you're like, I gotta go get that book?
Sydney Smith for sure.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Beatrice Alemania. Who else? Phoebe Wall, definitely. I mean, Clausen is unavoidable.
Yeah, those are ones you don't even have to say.
Yeah.
And we just do them.
Okay.
There's a couple, Clausen and a lot of people like Sophie Blackall. Like, it's going to be a good book.
Yeah.
Or the one that I like, the amount of books by Isabel Arsenault.
Yeah.
That are awesome.
For sure.
Like, oh yeah, it's you might as well just like put a thing on your with your indie bookstore that just says when a new one comes out, just save me a copy.
Well, that's the nice thing about working at a library.
Oh yeah, we get library books like crazy. Do you take home a ton of books?
I take home a bunch of books, and like here in the Hudson Valley, we're all like part of the same library system, so you have access to like 70 different library collections.
So you have more than you actually need, is what you're saying.
Well, it's nice because you can get a lot of old books that way too.
Yeah, we have. I mean, it's like what do they call it? Interlibrary loan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a couple libraries here that we belong to. Not only do we have that, but where I teach, there's a library system there that has its own loaning system.
Oh.
And then the one in the town we live in also has its own thing. So we have access to essentially two networks, and the amount of books that roll through this house is ridiculous. Let's put it that way. My wife is always at the library checking out books constantly. Okay, so well, I can't even see who this is. Sorry, Brian Kate? No, Brianna Kate. There we go. .art says, do you have any resources for how to learn about using light illustration? I'm used to heavy reference and realism only. I'm wondering, sort of like, are there books or things that you use? You mentioned like you don't consider yourself someone who's like using like really specific lighting and things of the sort, but are there things that you use as a reference point or artists to look at that you can say like, go look at this person?
Yeah. there's one artist that I think a lot of people know here called Nikolai Ustinov, was a Russian illustrator who worked in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, who had amazing sense of light. I wonder if I can find one, like his nature work his landscapes are just fantastic.
Were you someone that, and I don't know, maybe this is my own personal opinion, but did you ever use those like how-to painting where it's like, here's the method to do watercolor?
No.
Okay, good. I am someone who can't stand the idea of those books.
Yeah.
Because it's you one method and one method alone, and I also don't think that book training is the best way to go about arts in general. But it's one of those things of like, the reason why I ask in particular is just that, again, the idea of like a good reference artist is different than a book that shows you a technique.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know, I'm a big believer in just figuring stuff out on your own.
Yeah. When you were going through school, was that pretty much the sentiment of just like, go figure it out?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Did you find that, like, I was in the same boat? The school that I went to had a lot of that sort of like, here's your assignment, it's due on this day, good luck kind of situation. And now obviously there's a little bit more hand-holding in collegiate teaching, but did you see that as a benefit, a detriment, sort of that approach of you having to figure out on your own? Was that good, bad, and different?
I think that's one of those things that depends on the student, and I think some people thrive in those environments, and some people get paralyzed by having what they don't perceive as freedom, but as just a void. So I would say, there's another I would say.
I think I've said, I guess why I'm asking that question is, I think I've said that multiple times tonight. So your repetitious thing, I think, is not any more repetitious than what I'm already doing in this instance.
Yeah, no, I noticed that I get little verbal tics about when speaking in any kind of like public setting. But
have you done any public speaking with your book yet? Like, have you gone to?
No. When's the last time?
A book release party?
Oh, I did not have a book release party, but a while ago I had to do a reading for Chris Pine's book, which was fun.
Wait, have you met Chris Pine?
Only on Zoom.
That's cool, though.
Yeah. No, because when you're a celebrity and you've written a picture book, you get concierge service basically from your publisher, so you get to sit in on like meetings with the illustrator, so you can have your opinions made known.
I mean, I have I did a book with Dave Eggers.
Oh, interesting.
He had a lot more say than what I think you would normally give an author in a situation like that. And I mean, I get it. I understand why. Yeah. Probably appease this person that's going to create sales. But yeah, you got Captain Kirk. You got
exactly. Well, as I told my agent, like, it's hard to say no to Captain Kirk.
Yeah, and not only that, but he was in the Dungeons and Dragons movie, which I assume is right up your alley too.
I did eventually see that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like fantasy, right? So I would figure it would fall somewhat in the.
No, but I also saw the movie he directed, which was pretty sweet, and it was kind of fun to see how his particular concerns and interests were like flowed over from like children's writing to like movie or screenwriting.
Interesting. Yeah, like you could see the through line for the way he thinks.
Yeah, and like what he finds interesting about
Yeah.
characters and stories like this.
Um, okay, so I see another question here from Brianna Kate. Art says, also any tips on transitioning from drawing a character or portrait to be able to do backgrounds and environments behind them?
So as you might have noticed while I'm working on this, I generally do environment first and characters later.
Is there a reason why?
I think I like to feel secure about a piece before I like start on the characters. Like if I feel like everything is sort of in the right place, now I can make sure that the characters look like the characters.
Is it I mean, I guess the question I have that relates to that is just sort of, does it get challenging for you? Like one of the things that I've always, when I've done some of the books that I've worked on with paint, there's always this question of, what do I start with? What do I end with? Do I start with character? Do I start with background?
Yeah.
Then fighting those edges of, like if I get too detailed in the background, then I have to fit a character in. Do I lose some of the initial, like, do I have to cover up some of the background? Did I make it the right size for what I need? Those kind of challenges. And I'm wondering, do you run into that a lot with that sort of process? Or is that something that sort of naturally sort of solves itself as you're working on it by making it so you don't have, what do I say, like, you know what, like, in other words, do you have to fight edges? I guess is the best way I can ask that question. That's the quickest and easiest way.
No, because I think I like to plan my pieces pretty well before I commit to like the final strokes.
Gotcha.
So like I know where things are gonna go.
How tight are your sketches?
If it's for myself, not tight at all. And like the more I work with like an editor, the looser they can get. Like if it's a new editor, I will really try to work things out so they don't have to like learn shorthand.
But are you someone that like there's still sort of sketchiness to it, or are you like going and doing like color comps, value and stuff like that in the work?
Mostly it's black and white. Sometimes I use like one color just so that you can get some values in there. And sometimes I'm like particularly interested in a certain spread, so I'll work that out a little bit more. But I generally don't do color comps. I did it for Boy Here, Boy There a lot because it was just nice for like selling the book to have like to give editors like a good idea of what I wanted to do with it.
Yeah. But you already kind of knew. It wasn't like you needed to do that because you needed the vision for yourself. It was purely just for a sales aspect. And then how, I mean, obviously if you're going to be relatively tight with those sketches, is that something that you like, how do you leave the wiggle room for yourself to be able to play or to be able to change things if you are sort of locking in relatively early, or you're making those decisions in that sketch process? Like how do you keep it inventive and fun for yourself?
I don't know. That's not something I've really struggled with. I think I have a good balance for myself where like the sketch conveys enough information to an editor or and designer to be like, okay, this is both what's happening here and like the mood that it should convey, but it's loose enough for me to like fill in the details and actually like discover what it's gonna look like.
strong enough that they understand, but also not something that they are going to hold you to.
Yeah, and if something doesn't work and I want to change it, then I'll just do that.
How do you, yeah, okay. I need help in that sense. I need you to show me the way. Because I don't know if I have that like mentality yet of just like, well, I'm just going to do it. I still like, feel like I'm learning that sort of like giving myself license.
Well, what do you feel is holding you back? Is it like the sense that, oh, you're doing something that wasn't agreed on, or is it the sense that like, oh, now I'm striking out into the unknown?
No, I think it's a agreed on thing. I think it's a people pleaser kind of situation of
Yeah.
just I want to make sure that they get what they want, and therefore I'm going to sacrifice some of my desires to appease. And most of the time, I'm appeasing what I think they want versus what they actually want.
Yeah.
I
Well,
common
there's
for a lot of artists in this situation.
there's a way to get around that, which is simply deadlines. Like, like I've changed my mind. There's not enough time for you to decide that it could be the other way.
Yeah, I mean that is true. There's again I've said on here a couple of times that like I like to consider myself a rule breaker and a rebel, but in reality I'm not. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to challenge the system, and then when it comes time, I'm like, I'm going to get it on time, and I'm going to be the people pleaser, and that's not always my my end goal. Let's put it that way. So I see a couple other. Where is it? Beth, something like that says, your work on the forthcoming The Everything Tale is gorgeous. Did you visit a redwood forest as research?
I did. It was pretty nice, actually, because my wife and I and her sister had already started planning a trip to California and Oregon when I got that book, and so we knew we had to spend a bunch of time in the redwoods, and I knew that the whole trip was tax deductible then.
Nice. Okay, I like it. Any chance to do the tax deducting, and that made it worth it.
Yes.
I mean, you don't get the whole money back, but you get help. And then someone, Sea Dragon Soda says, how much artwork goes into a children's book project that we don't see in the end product, like sketching, studies, explorations, etc.? That's a fabulous question in my mind, because it's sort of like it's a behind the scenes. What actually is going on, and how much work do you put into, like in your case, when you're working on something, is there, I know that there's got to be a lot of stuff that's put in that doesn't make the final cut.
It depends on the book, of course.
Yeah.
Like, I've done a bunch of books that required a bunch of like historical research. So for those books, there is generally more like studying that goes on that doesn't go in the book. But like sometimes it's like, and sometimes you go through like 4 rounds of sketches because an editor can be very particular about something.
Yeah.
So that one can take a lot of time, and sometimes it's right on like the first try. So you end up with like basically just what you get on the page.
How are you with notes? Do you get a lot of notes? Do you hate getting notes? What's your take on some of that?
I can be very good with notes. I can also be very annoyed with notes. I can be stubborn about something, but ultimately it is the editor who decides what gets published.
Are you when you see notes initially, do you have like I have a bit of a how dare they think this, and then of course like a minute later I'm like, oh, that totally makes sense. But
yeah,
just a gut reaction or like a visceral reaction to seeing, oh, they made a note about this thing, they don't like it.
Yeah.
And I get in over my head and that kind of thinking. Is that the same for you, or are you someone who's sort of like takes it with much more grace than I do.
No, I generally feel like this is a collaborative art form.
Yeah.
And often the notes make things better. Yep. But I've also worked with a couple of people where I'm just like, okay, this person just wants to like grab my hand and make me do the drawing, and because there have been times where I'm just like, you are making changes because you want changes, not because
it makes it better.
Yeah,
it's they want to have their voice or their say to show their power.
Yeah,
kind of in there.
The most egregious example was on the first book I did, where the editor had like a picture of a certain character in her head and she would not let go of it. So I had to like redraw a character because she was just like, nope, this guy looks like Gerard Depardieu, and that is just how it's going to be.
Like she wanted a character to look like Gerard Depardieu, or your character did, and that didn't match what she wanted?
No, she wanted a big middle-aged guy who had the feel of a Gerard Depardieu.
Interesting.
And I was just like, that's not right. But
was this a French publisher?
No, it was a Dutch publisher.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like a French pride thing, like he's our actor of choice situation. They get that into it. And then have you ever had a book, and I'm guessing no, but have you ever had a book where you didn't get any notes back? Or I mean, obviously, like there's probably a page here or there where you get nothing. Like I've had that.
I've had one book where I sent in sketches and all I got back was great.
For the entirety of the book?
Yeah, for the entirety of the book, and it was amazing.
And were they right that it was great? Like now that you look back at it, do you see stuff where you're like, oh, that they probably should have said this needed to be changed?
Oh no, I'm perfectly happy with how it turned out.
Oh, that's awesome.
And let's see. Oh yeah, I did one book where they had like almost. I don't remember if they had any notes on the final art, but that may have also been something to do with the publisher just having like a 4-month delay after presenting the artwork. So like, yeah, you better not have any notes because I've moved on.
That is the thing that I still to this day surprises me, how long stuff takes to get notes back and to to move stuff along. And I know why, but it's just one of those things where like I still think, oh man, it's been a really long time. They have to have done it by now. They have at it. And maybe they haven't. I don't know, but it's just I need to work on patience. Let's put it that way. I feel like I'm like admitting all these like therapy things I need to talk about with my therapist in this process of like, oh, have you never had this problem that this horrible thing happens, or that you have this horrible reaction to whatever it may be. With the works that you're doing now, I know that we talked a little bit about that idea of like growth and evolution as an artist. And I'm wondering, are there works that you look at going forward, like projects that you may have lined up or anything of the sort, that you start to say to yourself, oh, this is my opportunity to try this new method, or like, do you have plans for ways to change that evolution, or or is it more just really depends on just the project at hand on that day, whether you make adjustments?
I used to think that I could make a project work based on like some artistic or creative concept I've came up with, like, oh, I'm gonna do the book like with pieces of cut paper and like this this one specific type of brush or so on, and I found that doesn't work for me. I need to find the story needs to show me like what the art needs to look like.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't,
And
you can't pre-plan.
no, I can't pre-plan. That's why I also feel like that's why my style can change a little bit, because like I try to work on something until like I feel like that's what the story needs. And so I don't try to think ahead too much in
Gotcha.
that way. However, I have a book in the pipeline where I'm sort of curious about trying out the way of working that Richard Scarry had a while ago. For library loan, I found a book on like the life of Richard Scarry, and it had a whole chapter on like his technique, and it was very interesting because he would draw everything first, then send it off to the publisher, and they would send him back his line work printed in like a blue color that would not show up when scanning.
Yeah, non-photo. Yeah.
And then he had like 4 or 5 different copies of that, and then he would paint each color individually. So he would first he would do all the reds for an entire book, then like yellows, blues, etc. So that throughout the book those colors would be uniform. And then like finally, once it's printed, the line work would go over that again.
I mean, that's the idea of sort of almost color separation in a way, the way that he was doing it. Is that where you said you just saw that recently?
Yeah, that was a book I found.
Okay, because there's someone, and I forget who it is right now, some artist that is going through and studying all of his works and sort of like trying to replicate some of the process. And I'm trying to remember who it is that's doing this. It's almost like it's a like grad program sort of interpretation of the same thing, and it's got that same sort of argument, or not argument, but it had the same sort of thing talking about that process that he had. And so maybe they got it from that book, and that's how they relayed it on Instagram to everybody. But it was that same thing where I was like, oh, that's interesting, that idea of like getting all the prints from the publisher and then working on top of, and et cetera, down the line. He's someone who was I was a big fan of as a kid, but of course, not knowing much about him in particular, I just knew I liked some of the characters.
Yeah.
It was just one of those books. It was like a big book that had a bunch of stories in it. And so I forget which one it was that we had, because he had so many of them, but that it was just like, it was very easy to pick up and read a single instance, and put it down. You can pick up another story later on, because it was individual stories in that bigger sort of tome.
Yeah.
With some of the work that you're doing now, do you find that you are sort of achieving things that you once sort of chalked up to as sort of your heroes? I mean, obviously, like getting lots of books made is fabulous, and that's sort of like an accomplishment on its own. But I'm wondering, like, since you do have these people that you looked up to as you were younger and still to this day, are there things that you do where you're like, that's awesome that I've accomplished, I've sort of created something that's in line with the type of thing that I loved early on?
There are a couple of books where I'm like, yes, this is not just a thing that I think I would have liked as a kid, but also like, this is exactly why I to get into children's book illustration.
Yeah.
Like there's Laurel Snyder's Hungry Jim, which I think is just a perfect story, and it's a perfect kid book. It's very Sendakian in every sense of the word.
That's a new word that I haven't even, I have not heard before, but I know what you mean. Sendakian. It sounds like either a fantasy or Star Trek oriented character. We're meeting with the Sendakians today.
Or it's an Armenian name.
Yeah, or it's I guess that's probably more likely what it is. But in my mind, I go to fantasy first. With oh shoot, what was I gonna say? I totally lost it now. I don't know. Doesn't matter. With the work that you're doing now, and then where you want to be in the future, what are some of the goals that you want to accomplish going forward? Like, are there goals? And I don't mean goals like, oh, I need to do this many books by this date. But are there things that you look at, sort of holistic changes that you want to make with your work that might be something that you try in the future?
Well, I know I'm sitting here working on Procreate, but with like the way that image generators and so on are taking over, I do want to get back more into working analog, just because I feel like in the next couple of years we're going to be inundated with such a glut of AI generated slop that I think we're all going to want not perfect stuff again.
I mean, I will say on my end, because I'm really not doing the digital stuff, I don't feel maybe as much of a threat.
Yeah, you don't have to feel a threat. But I think,
I mean, it's getting closer and closer to what I do.
Yeah,
but
like you have that physicality, and I don't think you need to. So like, I think you're in a way you're safe. But whereas what bothers me is that I sometimes want my stuff to look kind of smooth, like that soft, uniform lighting. Like when I see some of the AI stuff, like because it is so like unreal and smooth, I'm like, okay, I need to get away from that. I need to like get messy and work on paper. I don't want the computers to take what I do.
I mean, I know that like there was a time where just as a test I did, which I know is technically probably using AI, but I was using Photoshop. I don't know if I mentioned this on here or whether I mentioned it to students or whatnot, but I did a test to see, okay, can it extend my background up? It would be like the equivalent of something like this, where it's just got some texture on it or whatnot. And I wanted to see how well it did in extending the texture. And when I did it, I was thinking it would do a fairly decent job. It did not do a good job at all. It was awful. And the unpredictability of the textures and whatnot. And so like, you know, at some point it's going to get better and better, and eventually that's not going to be an issue. It will surpass what it can't do right now. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but I don't know. The lack of intentionality, I think, is always going to make all the AI stuff unsatisfying to people.
Yes. Yeah. It's always going to feel artificial.
Yeah.
And whatnot. And I'm, you know, it's one of those things where I know that there's probably there's someone out there who will probably like really love it in the future, and that's their thing, and they want to play in that world of some sort. But I just like the same as you're saying, like I don't see the heart in it in the same way, and it's hard to describe what that is. Like, what is the heart of it? Is really like
heart, but also like I don't know, like interesting work is made by people making choices as they on it, and like it's not like there's no conscious choice being made by an algorithm.
Do you feel obviously you feel a threat of some sort because you talked about that, the idea of like Procreate and stuff, but do you feel like that's more of a threat down the line, or do you feel like that's a threat today for you?
I think it's a threat in like the next couple of years. Like it's starting for sure.
I mean, I'm a little unsure, and I've said this to a few folks that, I mean, technically right now the copyright law says that it can't be copywritten.
Yeah.
Or whatever that term is, whatever the word is I'm looking for. And because of that, I'm under the assumption that most publishers aren't going to come or are trying to avoid AI at all costs because they can't copyright it, and a challenge of who owns the thing that they're going to make money off of.
Well, I don't even feel that worried about it in like a professional sense, more in a cultural sense.
Gotcha.
I think like it's going to become so ubiquitous that it's going to make people crave imperfect stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that. I mean, it's interesting because I have heard a lot of people who are digital starting to go back towards sort of analog making for basically that sentiment. But I've said on here quite a few times to folks that I also think just in general, people tend to gravitate back to the way that they started out as they get older. It's whether it be a nostalgia factor, whether it be something that they and I use this as a reference point. I don't think this is solely the best thing, but rock and roll folks might go, oh, I'm going to go back and I'm going to start to make work that is blues heavy because that's where rock and roll came from. And so you start to lean on sort of the beginnings of it all. And so like for me, I have started my goal in making now at this point is primarily, can I make stuff that like I did when I was a kid, where it was sort of free and I didn't overthink. That is, I'm going to get off the computer and I'm going to start to get my oil paints out again that I haven't touched in 20 years and start to paint again and see what happens. And I know that it's probably like, it really just depends on the person, what that level is. But I get the sense from a lot of folks that like, there's this desire at some point in their life to go back to the original concept of it.
Yeah. I would not be surprised by that as development. I can.
Do you when you started out, Procreate wasn't a thing, right?
No. I in my time in art school, I think I used the computer once and I hated it.
What were you using? What app were you using? Was it Quark?
I don't even remember what we drew on.
Are you of the era that Quark was a thing?
Oh yeah, no, we had to do like a course in Quark design. I was like, what's the point of this? I'm never going to use this, and didn't know that was actually going to be right about that instead of just being stubborn.
It was such an awkward program where you couldn't even see the visuals when you're locking stuff up, etc. For those people out there that don't know what Quark is, like a precursor to InDesign.
Yeah,
that's what I can put it. It was not a fabulous program of any sort. One of the reasons why I ask is like there's so many programs that are so difficult to wrap your head around, especially when you're learning. Like Illustrator is one of those ones where like it takes some time to figure that one out.
Yeah, sure.
Is there are there things that you feel like you need to learn still in order to be sort of up to speed? Like, do you feel like 3D software is something you ever need to touch in of some sort, or do you feel like that's so far removed at this point that it doesn't really?
Yeah, no, I don't think I need that because I don't think it produces anything that really interests me creatively.
Yeah.
So and I'm never like a big video game person, so I don't think I was ever like interested in like that side of design and illustration.
Gotcha. Is there are there materials in particular that you've ever wanted to go back to, or not go back to, but even like try that you haven't ever tackled in your career?
Printmaking is something that I find myself curious about.
What
Something like mono.
type of printmaking?
Sorry?
Is there a certain type of printmaking?
Like woodcuts, linoleum, that. I think also because like I always found the printmaking lab in our art school very intimidating.
Wait, was it the lab or was it the people?
Oh, it was the people running the lab.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay, so I'm gonna dive deeper because I have a feeling it's probably similar ballpark. Were they mean people?
No, not mean at all, but very much kind of like if you're in here, you have to know what you're doing, but we're not really gonna try and make it easy for you to learn it.
Okay. I ask, knowing that when I was in school, I always felt judged by the printmakers, and maybe that was maybe it was like, oh, you don't have the expertise kind of thing, but I think it was me probably projecting, obviously.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of it is just like I was 19 and
Yeah.
didn't want to ask like an older guy smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Like,
how do you do this?
yeah.
And it's like the school that I'm at now. I deal with illustrators and for the most part, but the printmakers are the rebellious type. They're the kids who come in like in grungy clothes, listen to punk music, etc. And it's not that they're all like that, but there's a good like level of that, and part of it is because where we have the studio that is printmaking is in a basement, and so it's that's where the presses are and things of the sort, and so there's this like a bit of a hobbity kind of aspect going on to it. It's really kind of funny. Now, of course, I probably shouldn't. Hopefully, they're not watching and going, "How dare he call us a hobbit?"
You're in trouble now.
I know. Yeah. Oh, I can beat them up. I can do it. They're all covered in toxic chemicals always, so I might last a little longer.
Yeah, they're touch burns.
Yeah, they're acid baths left and right. Is there any of that sort of exploration, or like, is there a limit to how much you would explore in a book, in the sense of like, would you ever consider, without a ton of training, obviously, but would you ever consider just saying like, you know what, I'm going to do some printmaking for this book in some way and just figure it out on the fly? Or is that I need to plan it and test it out before I jump into a book with it?
What I find is that I like to take my time developing like something. Like I remember like watching a documentary once about Philip Glass, the composer, and he said something that stuck with me, which is like he needs several pieces to work out an idea. Like he was like, I'm not like Mozart. I'm not like I wasn't born just being able to write a perfect piece. It just takes me a lot of time to work something out, and I think I'm one of those people as well, where it's just like if I have a certain idea about something I want to do, it's gonna take me like one or two books before I like get it right.
Yeah. There's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Addressed in some way. Do you consider yourself experimental?
I like to do little experiments, basically.
Yeah.
And I like it if it just winds up a little messy, because then there's like once you take it into Photoshop or Procreate, like you get control over that mess again. So like you get this nice balance between something that wasn't planned and how you can use it.
with the idea of sort of Procreate being, I mean, is it primarily Procreate now, or are you still using any of the other apps?
Uh, I use Photoshop basically to go over what I did. Like once I feel like I finished a piece, I take it into Photoshop and then I just sort of fiddle with the things I've drawn because, like, you know, you have that flexibility in Photoshop that Procreate doesn't quite have because it's a drawing app.
Yeah, I mean, I Procreate to me is a fabulous drawing app. It is, especially for someone who likes to do type, it is not good.
No.
That is its downfall, and I'm sure it will get better at some point with that. But like, it's not designer friendly. It's Illustrator, not.
Yeah.
And so like until it solves some of those equations, I have to hold on to Photoshop. I mean, I'm gonna have to hold on to most of the Adobe stuff just in general for other reasons. But you know, it does do things that Photoshop does, but better in certain situations, but definitely not all of them.
Yeah.
And then with obviously the idea of like, I know that you work in graphite for some of the stuff, or at least that's what it says in the Caliphon on some of these books. Is there a specific pencil? Are you a Blackwing person?
No, when it comes to, like, for my pencils, I often use my trusty Pentel. And for a lot of the graphite stuff, when it comes to coloring, I use graphite powder to create textures and stuff that I can add into an illustration.
What are you applying the graphite powder with?
Brushes or fingers, but largely brushes. Then and then like sometimes on wet paper, sometimes on white paint, like just to get like textures and interesting effects.
Yeah. Is it something that you piece a lot of stuff together in, like when you're doing the graphite stuff, you're scanning that in, I'm assuming, and then doing the coloring behind?
Yeah, or I make the colors with it. Like I can, let's see if there's something in here that I can show. No.
What I'm wondering is the
So like
how many layers are you scanning in of textures and drawings and things of the sort before you start to do any sort of final touches? Like, are you the person that has 100 layers, or are you fairly simple in your organization?
I've become a lot less precious about it. When I first started out, I was definitely like, oh, this file is now a gigabyte because I have 120 layers.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I feel I'm more confident about these things, so I don't have to like separate everything out.
And then, are you a designer's nightmare? Are you labeling all your layers?
Oh God, no.
Oh no. Okay.
But like, for the most part, like you don't send in layered files anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm only hamstringing myself.
Wait, have you ever done your own type? Something like hand lettered?
I've done a couple of books where I've done some hand lettering. There was one book where I made a typeface and did everything, and then the editor was like, "Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
we'll do."
Yeah, okay. It's one of those things. I've done that enough times in books now so I'm so used to handing in layered files because it be on a separate layer. All the type does.
Yeah.
So I'm used to just doing that, and so I always like end up having layers basically in most of my books, whether I want one or not. I prefer not to have a lot of layers, but they sort of show up in the end anyways. But I'm only doing like 4 layers, so it's easy to label those layers. It's like, here's the sketch, here's the finish, here's the guides, and here's the type, and sort of done.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's not horrible of any sort. But I'm also, I know folks who do have that like 100 layers, and then it becomes a question of just can you find all the things that are supposed to be in the layers for if you need to change one little item. So you're a hunt and peck going through layers, which layers it on, which layers it on, or do you have
for sure.
That is one thing that I still don't understand how to do on Procreate, is the like selecting a layer that without having to go open up the layers panel and hunt it down that way. There's some method to it, and I just don't know it.
Oh, I didn't know there was a method for it.
I think like you can set it where it will like select the layer. I just have never been able to sort of figure it out on my own. But there is some method to do that. I need to hunt it down at some point. Trying to find good colors here. I'm trying to find the right yellow for what I need. Still not sure about the skunk. I'm trying to figure this thing out as I go. But how long does it take you to make a book?
Um,
I know that's a broad statement. Like,
sure. Yeah.
How do you do it? How long does it take you? But is there a time frame that sort of has connected over the years that you can sort of rely on?
Usually, I think I can do the final art in like 4 months, but it's varied a lot. Like the Chris Pine book, I did the final artwork in 4 weeks.
4 weeks for the whole book?
Yep, there was a lot of time pressure on that one. So, I mean, I had the sketches done already. Like that was so I knew exactly what I had to do.
Yes,
but
you weren't starting from scratch.
No,
but still, 4 weeks for finish. That's pretty intense.
And for Boy Here, Boy There, I worked on it for almost a year, I think.
Was that something that was part of the contract? Like, did you have a deadline? Did you make the deadline?
No, I needed an extension on the deadline.
Yeah,
because I mean that book is a lot. It's basically the length of almost 2 picture books, and there's a lot of detail. So, like that one, I just needed a little extra time with.
Have you ever? I mean, obviously, like needing an extension is one thing, but have you ever missed a deadline?
Yeah, but not recently anymore.
But not in a way that was like super detrimental, like years, I'm assuming.
No. Yeah. And the only time I was like over it by what seemed like a lot, by the time I like got in touch with my designer, he was like, "Oh yeah, no, I know that what illustrators are like. I always give you a deadline that's a month before I actually need it."
Yeah. That was a learning curve for me as well on that one.
Yeah,
like learning how much you can. I don't want to say get away with, because that makes it sound like you're sort of scamming the system. But learning that they pad in a way was very wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever missed, but I definitely I needed an extension on one. And they were very easy to work with in that case. But I've never worked up to like the final deadline of any sort. I think I would feel awful if I got to that point. Just the moral compass would tell me that's not a good thing for me. And then and I don't know, but like obviously you've had multiple publishers over time.
Yeah.
Have you worked with a lot of the same publisher over and over, or is it something wherein you have a lot of variety? I mean, obviously, like the William Wakes Up and those kind of, that's a series in a way, or a somewhat series with the same publisher. But are you jumping around a lot, publisher wise?
I think what's maybe not unusual for people starting out is that when you start out with a bunch of different publishers, because like your agent sells you, so you get like, oh, how exciting, a new illustrator. So like I know that when I started out, I worked with a bunch of different publishers.
Yeah.
But these But right now I'm working on like my fourth book with Walker over in England, and um, there's some other publishers that I've worked with a couple of times.
Yeah, you're starting to settle in with
Yeah,
the not necessarily a single publisher, but with um, less variety. Like
yeah,
I think when I started out, it was like the first 5 books were all different publishers, and now it's so far it's been the same publishers, just new iterations or new books with them. But
yeah,
doesn't mean I'm not open to other publishers, but it definitely has toned down a little bit how much variety there was happening.
yeah. No, for sure.
With is there publishers in particular that you would love to work with that are outside of that?
I'd be interested in working with like Neil Porter books. They put out some really nice stuff.
I'm trying to think if there's people offhand that I'm like, oh, I wonder if you would be a good fit with this, with these folks. I mean, the challenge, and this I think falls prey to that, like when you talked at the beginning of some of the European market being, not paying well. The problem is I also see that a lot of those European books I think are absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
And then you find out like, oh, and they don't pay well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what a combo. And so there's some publishers that are independent publishers. I'm like, these would be amazing to work with because I feel like I would get so much freedom. But
Right.
I'm gonna have to, you pay on the price side of it.
Yeah.
Are there authors and illustrators and folks that you would like, not illustrators, but authors at least, that you would like to work with in particular?
I don't know right now. I mean, I think we all want to work with Mac Barnett, so.
You must have, I almost guarantee, every illustrator has him on the list of like, I want to do a book with him.
Yeah.
Especially now that he's what is it?
Our ambassador.
Yeah, the ambassador for all of like children's literature. I didn't think about it as our ambassador, but yeah, that makes sense. Adding that ours in a way. Are there artists that you would like to collaborate with? Like, have you ever done a book with someone else, or done artwork in a collaborative nature, or has it always been sort of solo projects for you?
Yeah, no, it's always been solo projects, but yeah, I don't know how that would work. I don't, unless you like get like Alison Martin Providence situation where you just find someone in there where you're just like entwined with them.
Well, it's like who is it? Andy Musser and who did? Why am I having a hard time with it? Plouffe. Was it Ben Clanton?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Andy Musser did a couple of books where they're like, I think they did at least 2 in that series, and I don't like, again, I don't understand who does what in those relationships. That's kind of an interesting, like in my mind, trying to figure out how to separate some of that out can be, I would think would be very challenging. Of like, oh, this is your page. I don't know if it's like that, or if it's you tackle all of this character, or if it's one of them writes more and illustrates less, or what that combo is. But I know that they've done that before. I don't know if I have anybody I'm like, oh, that would be my go-to person to work with. I mean, obviously there's artists that would be amazing to work with, but not some of them like that's the person. And then one of the other questions I had for you, and this is maybe, obviously you went to school, you come out, you do lots of kidlit stuff now. Were there other paths along the way that art-wise that sort of got you to the point that you're at?
Explain your question.
Like, did you ever have graphic design jobs? Did you ever have editorial things? Did you, like, a variety prior to jumping into the kidlit world?
I had some editorial things, but I never enjoyed it. Like, I don't think my brain is set up for editorial illustration.
Okay. Was it, what was difficult about it, out of curiosity? Just
I'm I like illustration. I like illustration for storytelling, and
Okay.
editorial illustration requires you to like sort of playfully hop around the point of some of
Yeah.
like you're illustrating, and I don't know, it didn't interest me. That was not like that kind of visual problem solving didn't interest me that much.
Yeah. It's concept heavy,
Yeah.
narrative heavy of some sort, or it's also like metaphorical
Hmm.
and not as literal a translation uh, of whatever that text may be. Um,
Yeah. No, and it never excited me.
I I mean, even when I do editorial stuff, it's all like it's not the deep dive like uh, really like philosophical debate stuff. It's always like family friendly kind of like, oh, here's an article about kids being, having to put your kid to bed. And then like it is probably a little bit easier on the concept side, or a little bit more sort of lighthearted. That doesn't require that sort of the pressure of trying to create some really unique concept
Yeah.
put into it. Um, and then one of the questions I had for you that was sort of on um, the art side, in particular, is sort of thinking about um, your process making and how you came to have the aesthetic that you sort of. I mean, obviously, like projects change. Your books, as you said, the idea that you don't always stay the course in a singular aesthetic, but there's a through line that is connecting all of it, that is quintessentially yours.
Hmm.
And I'm wondering, how did you come to make work the way that you do? Was there like when you got out of school, was your work wildly different than what it is now? Was it similar? Was it, what happened that got you to the point visually, aesthetically, where you are now?
Well, when I started out, I was mostly working in black and white. Like I really was like very traditional and old fashioned in that sense that I liked working with pen and ink. And I remember having a meeting with a publisher who was like, well, if you want to be in children's books, you really have to work in color too. So I,
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there is any like black and white besides like middle grade
yeah, exactly.
books. I mean, there's a few that work in limited palette where it's like black and white and then like one sort of spot color, but that's rare.
Hmm. And then like I think when I got like a copy of Photoshop is when I really started like playing around with colors of like the computer was a big help for me in developing a sense of color.
Gotcha. Is there um a project in particular that you look back and you go like, oh, that was the one that really like changed the way that you aesthetically work?
Yeah, I think it was Hungry Jim because that one gave me because I said like it was like a project that seemed perfect for me, and it kind of became a big responsibility, and I couldn't figure out how to draw it, like how I thought it should look, until I finally just said like, just draw it, and just drawing it on pencil and with pencil on paper, and then coloring it in digitally, like it allowed me to like let go of a lot of conceptual pressure of feeling the need to like figure it out before I started like actually making it.
Is there with the idea of working on a book and sort of discovering that aesthetic, or discovering the method that makes sense for you, Um, are there things that you look back and you go, I saw, like looking back on it, you saw the inklings of it in previous projects. Now that you have sort of the ability to, hindsight, to be able to look back, do you look back and say like, oh, it was there the whole time, I just wasn't seeing it?
I think it's a lot of what you said about like learning to loosen up and accepting the way you draw, where so that I think there are like older pieces where I go like, oh yeah, I can sort of see like how this is like the A that led to a B led to a C.
Yeah.
But then there's also other stuff where I'm
Out of nowhere.
where I did something, I was like, oh, never did that before, but never done it again. Happy with how it turned out, but also no interest to revisit.
Is I mean, one of the things that I look back and I go, looking back, especially at the editorial stuff that I was doing when I got out of grad school and stuff, feels very, very dated.
Mm.
And I'm wondering, with the work that you're making now, obviously, like, it's fresh, it's current, and whatnot, but have you had work that felt really dated? Are you worried about sort of relevancy when it comes to style going forward? And for the most part, I think the answer is sort of like, no one should be. Just make good work and like, who cares? But I'm wondering, there are ebbs and flows to the type of work that gets published, sort of aesthetics that come and go in this industry. And I'm wondering sort of how cognizant or how adaptive are you to those in some sense?
I think I used to be more so. I feel like 10, 12 years ago, I think I was more sensitive to like the stuff that I saw being made around me.
Yeah. Was that because, like, do you feel like you've settled in and it's sort of, you have your thing now and it's like, who cares? This is my jam.
Yeah, I think I know what I like.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, oh, go ahead.
And I know like what interests me.
I've gotten to the point where I've sort of come to the conclusion that the thing that is exciting for me aesthetically right now may not be everybody's cup of tea. But I also know that the industry changes. If I try to predict what it's going to be 10 years down the line, I'm going to be way off anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I see it as a pendulum. Like, there was a point wherein I heard lots of people say, like, don't do big cartoony eyes on characters and whatnot. And I was like, oh, dang, I like doing those. So I try to, like, make them something else. And now I'm back to, like, you know what? I'm just going to make eyes that I feel like are appropriate for the character.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's big and cartoony or not. And they'll just have to deal with that. It's just depends on the piece. This is the type of eye that makes sense for this character for me, and tough. And if that loses me a job, then it loses me a job. But I also, I've gotten to a point where I feel like I am also in that sort of like, and maybe this is just getting old in general, of, I don't know, have you hit the point in your life where like you stop discovering new music?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Like, yes, it makes me want to like go out to find some new stuff because I'm aware of that.
Yes. No, I get that too. Like, I'm like, oh no, I'm listening to the same stuff over and over and over again. But I also listen to like modern radio and I go, this isn't for me. I want my classics. I want to go back to the days of my youth. I feel like the same thing sort of has happened with artwork. Like, there's part of me that goes, yes, there's all this tech that I could learn, if I really wanted to, but I'm at a point where I'm like, I don't know if I really want to anymore.
Yeah.
It's maybe I'm just old enough that I'm like, I consider myself like not as adaptable, but I'm sort of stuck in my way. And I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. It just means I'm a little bit stuck in my way. So I don't know if that registers with you, but I think that's the point that I've sort of come to in the last maybe 5 years. Like, you're not going to get me to change much at this point, because I am sort of dead set in what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know like Adobe is not a great company, but I'm also like, I don't know if I have it in me to learn
Yeah.
a Photoshop replacement.
Yes, exactly. Or even when it comes to, and I know there's an exodus from Instagram by a lot of folks, and I'm already on Blue Sky and was for a long time, but like, there's part of me goes like, there's only so many social media things that I can adapt to.
Yeah.
And so that is also one of those, like, I'm don't have the time or the patience, and maybe I'm not making a wise decision ethically, but at the same time, I don't want to make any decision.
Yeah.
At all. It makes me sound like really old saying some of this stuff, but yeah, it's I forget what I was saying to the students today. I was talking to them about sort of like, and maybe this is actually a good question for it, because maybe it isn't true, but I'm under the assumption almost all the clientele that I work with, I have generally not met in person. It's been primarily through digital means to contact them, and almost everybody I talk to via email and not over the phone or through DMs of any sort. I'm wondering, I was sort of talking about like professionalism, and you need to check your email, because art directors sometimes are older than you and they may still use their email. They may not be on their TikTok sending you cool DMs constantly. And so I'm wondering, sort of in your case, do you get jobs outside of email? Or is it all, I mean, obviously you get stuff through agent.
Yeah.
But is your source of communication email?
I would say I've gotten one book through Instagram.
Okay.
And that was because your agent saw something I posted on Instagram and was like, I need to recommend Chuck for this book by an author I represent. So
okay. That's, I mean, I've gotten work that I know has come from Instagram, but the offer always comes in through email.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's universal to everybody.
I think it probably.
Yeah, it feels unofficial coming through some of those sources.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I don't want someone posting like, I saw your post and I think it's really cool. You want to do a book for me? Like, no. Talk to my agent. Go through the right sources. Like, it's cool that you want that, but there's a limit on how professional you need to be in that process. Are there things, like, thinking of that sort of things that I'm trying to teach students on a regular basis about professional practice or about the industry, whether it be Kidlit or just illustration in general? Are there things that you wish you knew when you started out that you know today?
On a practical level, figure out the size of what the book is going to be.
Wait,
I feel like that's a thing you don't think about when you start out. It's just like, this is the page size. This is this is where there's always going to be a gutter in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. Like learning the true technical scaling for things.
Yeah, and I think it's fine not to have to think about those things as you like work in the comfort of being in college.
Yeah. But
then once you're out of it, like, that stuff you're gonna have to know.
I mean, I know that when my first book was a lot of them saying, "Ooh, this is in the gutter."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh yeah." Like I I knew that the gutter was a thing. It wasn't like I was oblivious to the idea of a gutter. I just did not know to look for it
Mm-hmm.
in capacity that they were needing it to be addressed. And so it was a lot of that, like, okay, you see how this is lining up? You can't have two separate, single pages and they have a horizon line that's the same. And I was like, oh yeah, that does make sense. And so like it was dumb stuff like that. That was generally the challenges I have. And now it's like a no-brainer. I instantly see that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing where I feel like it's a lot easier these days because you can put your stuff in software where like, oh, that's the center, that's the margin.
Yep.
Like you don't have to like only see your stuff on paper.
Or, as I have found, hey, you know what's really easy? Is just set up a template so you don't have to redraw it every time and worry about it all the time. That's always there. Like in Procreate, create a layer that just has it on it, that is locked, and you don't ever have to do anything about it, and you just always do it. And at the start was like me drawing every page and not putting the gutter in so it wouldn't distract me. And now it's like, oh, well, I don't want to be distracted, but at the same time, I also don't want to have to redraw this thing multiple times because of a single little line that would have solved my problem.
Yeah. I am going to have to wrap it up because it's getting late over here and I'm getting tired.
Okay. It is, it's getting late here too, but I don't know. Totally. I'm going to switch back down my other camera.
Okay.
And, or not to my other camera, but switch it back to my face. So I can, properly address you as we send you off into the world.
I think I like this better in black and white. I don't know about the colors.
I like those colors. It looks great in black and white too, but I like the colors. I like the color combo in particular is really nice. Like the palette itself.
Yeah, it just came together, but I feel like this is one of those times where if I don't stop now, I'm going to fiddle with it for hours.
The thing I would say is just looking at, I would like to see maybe if you turn the color back on again, I would like to see the muzzle of the horse there, or the donkey. It's a horse, right? I can't really see for a second there. To be a little bit pinkish.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like, I would say I would probably make one of the hats red or something. Yeah. But
just a little pop of color that pulls from that color that's up in the canopy above. I think.
Yeah, but it was really nice to just doodle.
Good. How do you get to doodle often or no?
Not that often, really.
I need to make that's what these nights are for me. This is like the likelihood that I get my studio just to play.
Yeah.
Have a super big intention. This is that night.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you on and getting to know you. And I asked something right up front, or I said something right up front in this. I don't think I ever went back to ask it. How do you actually pronounce your last name?
Oh, Groenink.
Groenink. Okay. Do you get people that drop the second N?
Yeah, even in like emails.
Okay. It's one of those ones where like I have to think a little bit. Once I know that it has the second N, but just like off the tongue, it's hard for me to like get that second N in there.
Yeah.
Without like having to like really obsess over that second N as I'm saying it.
Well, do you know how do you know the creator of The Simpsons has a very similar last name, and I wonder if his family, and when they moved to America, turned the K into a G so that it would just be one sound.
Dean. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It was probably like a Ellis Island thing where they showed up and they said, you're going to change this to make it more American of some sort, against their will. But yeah, I want to say it properly. So say it one more time.
Groenink.
Groenink. So it's almost a C at the beginning. Oh yeah. Okay. So I guess it's going to.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a hard sound for me to do.
That's dust.
I have a Midwest accent and it ruins all pronunciation anyways.
because I can't say certain letters. But it has been wonderful having you on tonight. I really appreciate you taking the time chatting with me, and I hope that that you will post this image and tag me in it so I can see it beyond just on the little screen that's in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really great to have you on.
Of course,
Yeah.
thank you for having me.
Not a problem. And I'll be in touch. And if you're ever at the same sort of conferences or things of the sort, just holler.
Yeah.
I feel like I owe so many beers. Not that I drink beer even, but I owe so many beers or coffees to people that have joined me on this throughout the years. I'll go broke just trying to fulfill that. In the
Get together and organize something to bankrupt you.
yeah, just something along that lines. But again, I appreciate it, and I will be in touch.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, hey folks. Oh, you can't see my ceiling. I'm not going to allow it. I'm still a ways to go on this. I'm going to be working till midnight, I'm sure, in this case, because I still have a lot to do. I think the problem was I was drawing this skunk way too small, and now I need to make it bigger and make it more my aesthetic, and I'm getting there. But I'm going to go back down to Funky Town, Thornax Studios. You are welcome. I'm very honored that you joined us tonight to watch and listen, because I am a big fan, and I think you already know that, but I'm gonna say it anyways. So I'm gonna switch back down to my let me unpin that comment. I'm gonna switch back down to my downshoot, but I'm gonna put a Ask Me Anything now in the mix, and this is where the night. Hey Charles, what did I just saw a book, something from you. I don't remember if it was a cover or if it was an announcement. It was something where I was like, oh man, that's big. Shoot, I'm drawing a blank, Charles. You have to fill me in. I can go on my other feed and look and see what it is. But I remember something, I was like, man, I got to congratulate you on this. And I don't remember what it was. But hello. So I'm going to go back to my live feed. Charles, fill us in. For those who don't know Charles Santoso, boy, oh boy, amazing work. Had him on Gab and Doodle. I don't even want to know. It's probably been ages ago. Otter, that's right. And Charles was fabulous, and Charles does the most ridiculously small drawings. And so you should go check his work out as well. But do continue your work. Oh yeah, I need to get back to my work. What are you trying to stall me out? Okay, so here I'm going to switch back down to my downshoot. Let me get it all set up, and I will continue to make my skunks in love. Skunk? Is there something that's skunk love? Is there something like that? Stop talking about you. Oh no, everybody needs to hear more about Charles. If you ever want to meet a perfect human, anyway. So, what kind of questions do people have? How can I help tonight? Are there things that you need solved? Are there things that would be beneficial to have a conversation about? And if not, I'm going to throw out the conversation of, let's talk a little bit about Valentine's Day, which is tomorrow. Big old tomorrow. And are you prepared? Are you ready? Do you have something for your loved ones? Is it all set up so that when they find out what it is that you went to the trouble of getting them, they're going to be madly in love with you? I have stuff that I have for my wife and son that they don't know about, and I hope they like them. And if they don't, they better just pretend that they do, because I will be highly offended if what I got them is not up to their liking. I hope that they like pictures of clowns. I'm just kidding. It's not pictures of clowns. It'd be cool if it was. I don't have a problem with clowns. I know some people don't like clowns, but I do. So, Sheena Mary, I've only been watching for 10 minutes. Can you recap on what you're doing? Is that for a particular project? When you said recap there, I'm assuming it's Sheena Mary.
when you said recap, my first thought was like, oh no, you're asking me to recap the whole night. And I can't do that. That'd be too much. But a recap of what I am doing right now. This is not for any client on these Gavin Doodles. I always just do stuff that's for fun. Sometimes I will do projects that are tests for something. So it might be like I'm trying to do a little test for a project that's coming up. I.e. last week I did some stuff for dogs because I have a book that I'm going to be working on that has some dogs in it. But it is not a like, I try to avoid doing the book work on here for two reasons. One, because there's a challenge of what I can and can't show legally. That can be a little bit tricky. And two, also I want to play. And this is my one night to really goof around and play and be silly with artwork and try things that I wouldn't normally do. And so that was the sort of the mentality of I'm going to do this stuff and not really worry about trying to please a client in these Gavin Doodle nights. And so tonight, my goal was not necessarily anything other than I need to make a Valentine's piece. It's tomorrow's Valentine's. I was hoping to make something that I can sort of put up that has that sort of Valentine's-y vibe. And so this is a piece about a skunk who's writing a little love note to their Valentine sweetheart who's sitting next to them. And my goal in this one was I got some new paints and I wanted to use some of those colors. And so that's what this is. It's really just that. It's as easy as that. I got this really bright, vibrant, fluorescent yellow that's extremely fluorescent. I wanted to get that in there. And this nice, what is this called? It's called Misty Blue. It's not even blue in my mind. It's like on the purple side. It's almost like lilac. And I was like, oh, I want to get that in there too. And so that was my goal. I don't know if it's like the most ambitious goal, but it's a goal. And leave it at that. What other questions do we got? How can I help people? Who needs help? I don't even know if you can see me cutting this in the background or in the angle that I'm at, but I'm cutting stuff. I'm not cutting muffins though. I'll tell you that much. So I got up. It's now what? 10:42. I got up this morning at 5 o'clock to go out and deal with snow on the driveway because I had to go teach today. And I wanted to make sure that the snow wasn't, because we got some snow overnight, and it was the kind of snow where like it has the potential to be a lot and a pain to deal with in the morning, or it has the potential to be nothing. And it was basically nothing. It wasn't much, but it also was enough that, or it was enough that I still had to go out and like shovel a little bit. But in shoveling, I also woke myself up enough so that I couldn't get back to sleep. So I've been up since 5 roughly and have not been able to go down for a little nap or anything to make it a little bit easier on myself. And so I'm running on fumes, and eventually it's going to catch up to me tonight, and then I'll start acting like an idiot. I see there's a question there from, it looks like Charles. I will get to that question in just a second. I'm trying to solve this little thumb problem that I'm having in the cut. Just need to separate it a little bit better there. Okay, Charles, you say any encouragement for art students around to those who wanted to dive into the illustration industry. Encouragement. That's a good one. I like that. I like the idea of encouragement. I mean, the thing that I've been dealing with is right now I'm dealing with a lot of students who are seniors who are trying to figure out sort of life after. And so like today we talked a lot using the Graphic Artists Guild's book. We talked a lot about sort of like pricing and, really valuing what you do. And we were talking about making sure that people understand, in the classroom we were talking about, that people understand that they might need to go educate the world as to what they do and the value in it. And it's not to say that they have to always do that with every client or anything of the sort, but more so just as you're working, there's the likelihood that you're going to have clientele that don't know every nuance and why they should put so much, money into you as an artist. And so the conversation was built around this idea of like, you got to go out and sell yourself. You got to go out and say, I am of value and here is why. And I think that, beyond the sort of business side of like trying to get money as an artist, it's also a good sentiment to sort of hold on to of, don't undercut yourself. Don't devalue what you do. I mean, obviously there's work experience. There are people who have more work experience than others, but that doesn't mean that they're any better than the next person. It just means they have more work experience. And so the sentiment that I would sort of relay to a lot of folks that are trying to start out or are trying to grow as artists is that you are a illustrator, whether you've done professional work or not. And so like the equivalent of your value as an artist is not dependent on your prior clients or lack thereof or anything of the sort. You're just a client that is new, or not a client, you're just a artist that is new. You are someone who needs to gain more experience, but that only happens, by getting your work out there and selling yourself. So I don't know. That's one little sentiment. Another thing I would say is, and I think I've been doing a lot of reflecting on the value of art and what it is I want to do and how do I want to grow and things of that sort over the years. Specifically a lot more in the last few years, sort of been thinking about that. And I would venture to say that it is important in my mind to find what makes you happy in your art and don't ever lose that. And I think that will change as you go throughout the years of making, in the sense of like, what I thought made me happy 5 years ago is not what makes me happy today, and that's fine. I think it's okay that it changes. But what I would say is, in there, even though it's been time and there's been things that, or my expectations or my happiness is derived from different things now, there's still a thread that runs through both what I did previously and what I do now that is inherently the heart of it all. And in my case, that tends to be sort of making things goofy. And back in the day, goofy meant that it had to be super cartoony, or it had to be like only funny art. Now I realize I can make stuff that's somewhat sentimental. And what's funny to me is actually the like arrangement of something, or the edge that I cut is just as funny as the situation that said characters are put in. And so I think that's one of those things where like I have learned as I work that I need to value the thing that is important to me. And what's important to me is being loose, goofy, enjoying the simplicity of what I'm doing. And so like what I'm doing here has some like some elements of playfulness that has always been in the work. Some elements that go back to when I was a kid and I just had fun and I didn't worry about sort of like who it was for or why I was making it. It was just sort of, let's go make something fun. And so I'm starting to get back towards that as I work and find that there is a interest level of mine of like, can I get back to that youth wherein I didn't have any preconceived notions of what I was supposed to do. So I don't know if that helps of any sort, but this is my skunk. Skunk. I'm trying to do is figure out if I can get like some ears in here. About these new Caran d'Ache pastel pencils. to add a new little punch to the work that I have not had before. These are Caran d'Ache, pastel pencils, and then I got these Caran d'Ache Swiss-made Fluos that it's like this. They only have 4 colors: a pink, a yellow, a green, and an orange, but they're super fluorescent. The green one I didn't think was as fluorescent as the others, so I did not get the green, but I got this new pink one recently that I'm excited to sort of see what I can get out of it as far as color and sort of placement of some of the textures and things that go on here. So this will be my skunk, and eventually I'll do some stuff there, but I need to put in his feet, and I need to put the other skunk in the mix too, which is over on the side, which this one's going to be eyeing, like, ooh, I'm writing this little love note to them. But right now I need to do the little feetsies that stick down below. I just need to do little toesies here. Let's see. If I do something like this, I need it to be high enough that I can make it feel like it's off the ground and still have some, is that good? That's probably pretty good right there. Or do I want to have it off to the side here? Let me cut the other foot and then we'll see. That may be a better sense. Are there base shapes? Are the base shapes acrylic or gouache? Meaning these like big structures here. These are all cut paper. I use. Oh, someone's watching something upstairs. I use acrylic gouache. This time it's all Holbein. Acrylic gouache. Sometimes it's Liquitex. It really depends on sort of the palette that I'm aiming for and what I have. But because I got some new Holbein, I was like, I'm using that tonight. And so that's what this is. But I feel like that's awkward. How did I have it? I guess I had them both facing the same way, and they were tiny. Let me try that instead. They were both these little like tiny feet. They were kind of funnier because they were tiny in my sketch. Anyways, and so the Holbein I think just makes some pretty colors. I thought they had a lot more colors than what they actually do. So as I was ordering, because I ordered these from Dick Blick earlier in the week, I was kind of surprised that they have awesome colors, but I was expecting, because I had never really ordered, I've always bought them in stores, so I thought there was going to be this big plethora. And there wasn't as many as I thought there were going to be. But the combination of that plus colored pencil plus the Liquitex gouache, acrylic gouache that I have quite a plethora of colors to play with now, so I'm not really worried about it in general. That's better, especially if I set this off to the side like this. That'll work. Okay, let's stick this down. Matthew Briggs, I'm working on my MFA thesis as I listen. Those are great things to think about. What are the classes that you're teaching? So right now I teach at Montserrat College of Art. I'm a full-time professor there, and I started out teaching essentially animation and illustration. I have since basically shifted over to purely illustration, and I teach. I also teach in like foundation and some other things like that, depending on the semester and depending on the need. But in the illustration program, I teach picture book stuff, and I also teach some classes on sort of style. That's a go-to that's been happening recently. And then primarily though, my bread and butter as a teacher is in the professional practice range and senior level thesis projects. So we have a thing where every student that hits senior year has to come up with a sort of semester or year-long project, and then they work on that for that length of time. And there needs to be someone that's sort of the project manager teacher that helps organize and crit and things of that sort. And so that's been my sort of go-to. And then on the professional practice side, it's the class I'm teaching right now. I teach exactly what it sounds like, professional practice. So today we talked about agents and we talked about pricing your work. And then next class, we've been working on logos and branding and stuff like that for their work. And then next, I think we start talking about ethical issues within illustration. And, you know, it grows and builds and layers and stacks, all the different things that we'll cover. But that's sort of my, to be honest, it's my favorite class. It is something wherein I have taught in the illustration program for quite some time. And I have found that I really love teaching the professional practice. I love the, like, what I refer to as the brain dump aspect of it. That just, there's so much information to download on people. Like even today, as we were working, and I was going through all that stuff, it was like 3 hours of just like nonstop information for these folks. And I know that it probably was like over too much. But in a way, you got to get through the content. And so we were talking about like illustration agents and what the difference is between a licensing and a art agent and a literary agent within illustration. We were talking about the idea of how to bid on projects, what kind of industries would require that bidding. We were talking about, I'm trying to think of all the different things that we were sort of delved into. We've talked about how royalties work in different payment structures, so flat fees versus royalties versus usage rights versus how to negotiate a variety of things like that. Just we're sort of in the pocket of what we dealt with. There you go. That's the answer to sort of what I teach. A long-winded but also truthful answer to the kind of stuff that happens daily in the classroom. Are there other questions that I can help with? Are there things that you're weighing out, questions that you have? What is the MFA on in particular that you're doing? Let's see, I had a course from, I'm assuming not Coursera, but Domestika from Nilu Farrell. That's my guess. I know it's probably way off, but thank you for taking that. I hope it was helpful in a variety of ways and not too random. And what do I say? Like, I look at it when I did that course, like I went and recorded it. I felt really stiff. I felt like I was like reading lines in a really boring manner. And admittedly, I mean, I think everybody would understand this, but when you see yourself back on film like that and you have to listen to it, it always feels awkward. I think it feels less awkward doing these because it's just a conversation, whereas that was like you had a specific order, you had to say things and structure to make the teaching aspect come through. But it was still fun. I mean, the big fun part was I got to go to Paris with that, and you know, I was never going to go to Paris probably in my life, except for I got the chance with that, and I would go back without a question. It was fun. Lovely city. I mean, it has a history, obviously, but there's a lot that we didn't see that I would like to go back and see that we just didn't have time to. But so it was worth it. Let's put it that way. It was worth it. But thank you for taking the course. Trying to figure out. Okay, so if I put this in here like so, I'm trying to figure out how much lean I got to get out of this character to get it so it sort of is giving the right vibe for what I want out of it. There needs to be a enough here. Okay, what else can I do for you? What else do you need? How else can I help? It's too big of an arm. There we go. anybody have any questions about what they're working on? I mean, Matthew Bergs, I asked you, and I don't know if you're still there, but about sort of what is your MFA on? Is it Kidlit stuff? Is it something else? But also, are there technical questions? Are there questions about careers? Are there questions about what new show are we watching? The answer to that is we're watching a show called Fisk. That's from Australia. That seems to be very funny. And then I don't like this head. I feel like it's too dark. It's too challenging. It's too dense. I might try to like lighten up that head on that case. I wonder if we can get something that's out of this. This would be probably more interesting, but I don't know if this is big enough. We'll see. It's in visual arts from CCAD. CCAD is, wait. What is CCAD? I'm drawing a blank. I should know it. I should know what it is. But I'm drawing a blank on it. Help me out there. Focus on illustration practice in it. My thesis is an illustrated chapter book. I'm almost finished with it. Any thoughts on querying it? I mean, querying, I'm assuming you're talking about querying for agents. And that is a crazy, crazy world to dive into. I will tell you that much. There's just so many people looking for agents and things of the sort, but totally worth doing. I think the thing that I would start to pay attention to when querying is there's so many agents out there that you have to really wrap your head around who is the right fit for you, not just who will take you. There's this perception that when you query, it's so hard to get an agent, and technically it is. But I think there's this, like, especially if you don't have an agent, there's this assumption that if you can get an agent, just take them. But you really have to make sure that they're a good fit for you, that they understand you, that you understand them, that they're a good agency. You know, I was looking at agencies today with students sort of talking about how they work. And I was going through some agencies, and I won't name names, but some of them had so many artists listed that it was almost it was problematic in my mind because there were so many listed that I just don't see how they could actually spend time or invest in a singular artist at any one point, because they're just spread so thin amongst all these other people that they showcase. And so we were talking about sort of the, like, who is the right agent in those situations to gravitate towards, and is there an agency that's better for different content? We also talked a little bit about licensing agents, which is a whole nother type of agent that's out there that not everybody knows about. So if you're like in the world of surface design and things of that sort, a licensing agent becomes a sort of a good thing for you to look into. I'm trying to figure out how do I want to do this arm here. I gotta get this hand there, and then I do a separate body in that spot. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out all this stuff in the background as I work. So if you're querying, a couple things I would say is just know that it's going to take a long time. It is not an instantaneous process. I don't even really care how experienced you are. Do not assume just because someone has experience they're going to get an agent fast. It really is this weird random thing that happens. Some people get it fast, some people don't. Some people spend years looking for someone. You might find someone that seems like a perfect fit, and then it falls apart at the last second. You might end up finding an agent that you had never heard of before, but actually is the perfect agent for you to do. Oh, Columbus College Art and Design. Thank you. There are so many different factors in it that I think the best thing you can do is just sort of get your work out there and don't overthink, is your work ready to be seen? I know that some agents might frown upon that, but the reason why I say that is not because I think everybody is ready to go look at agents and try to like land someone, but more so that you don't overthink and never put your work out there to be perused by an agent because you're constantly saying, is it good enough? Is it ready? I've seen that happen too many times of people sort of hemming and hawing the process or getting started because they're just waiting for it to be perfect. And guess what? It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be everything that it can be. And that's part of the reason why you need an agent. You need someone to help you walk through the process of making sure that you're selling the work that you really want to sell and how to make it better, especially on the literary side. An agent is there to help you refine your story and to make sure that your voice is coming through. And so if you sit there and say, well, it's got to be perfect, then you're sort of negating the whole point of the agent in the first place. And so I would say, get the work out there, get a response to it. If they don't like it, it's okay. There's always someone else. There's always other agents and people that you can look back and say like, oh, I can send it to this person next, or I can send it to that person. And so I wouldn't hesitate of any sort. What's the worst that's going to happen? They're not going to ban you of any sort. They're just going to say, oh, it'd be cool if you worked on this a little bit more because, you know, it needs A, B, or C. That's really what would happen. I mean, some might not even say anything, but that's what it means when they don't say anything. It's just you got to keep working, and that's okay. That was a long-winded way to get to what I was getting to. Okay, I wish I had more of this color, but I guess I can draw it in, so it's not a real big deal. What other questions we got? How else can I help? I got about an hour to finish this and to answer those questions. So hit me with them. Anything is fair game. You got a controversial subject? I will talk about it. I don't care. I'm what they call an open book. An open book with a lot of pictures, right? Not dirty pictures. How dare you? But pictures. Let's see if I do something like this and get an arm that's sort of like, that's not the right color though. Let me see if I can find a better color than that. This one maybe? Is that the right color? Maybe if I do this. Hey, Allison. Scott also says he misses me. Oh, that's very sweet. Will you tell him that I miss him too? It's so sad without you two around. It is interesting not having the. I feel like there was a good rapport with quite a few folks last year in class, and so I miss the cohort and having you folks around to be silly with on a regular basis. Shoot, what was I gonna say? I'll cut this right about there. Is that good? That's good. I don't know if it was mentioned to you, but my son has started DMing a campaign for my wife and I, and he's doing a very good job. I think that he doesn't know all the, like, how everything works, so he's sort of winging it, and we just let him go with it. But it is quite fun and interesting to see his interpretation, how much he knows. He knows so much about it. Whether he's right or not, I can't guarantee any of that. But he does know enough that I have to trust his judgment on all of it. But it's very cute. Underscore PAO 0.2401. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm trying to, let's see if I can get It is very, Allison, it's very, very cute to see him get so excited. He has like shirts, and he goes to the library every week to do D&D campaigns stuff, and his friends are all into it, and it's pretty darn adorable watching him be so invested in something like that. So my character is named Beef Duck Fat, and he is I forget what they're called, the eagle dudes. It starts with an A, whatever it is. And I'm a 400-pound, 4-foot tall bird eagle dude. And I'm what am I? I forget what I'm not a cleric, not a monk. What am I? No, what am I? What is my class? Oh, I'm a wizard. Yeah. I'm a wizard. And I have a two-headed worm that is named the left half. No matter which way it's facing, the one on the left is always called Peanut, and the one on the right is called Poo Nut. And so if it turns around still, the one on the left is called Peanut, and the one on the right is called Poo Nut. My wife has a character named what is my wife's character's name? She's upstairs listening. She'll probably an Aracacro, whatever thing. The bird people, yeah, it's one of those. And then our friend and my wife is a druid, and then our friend is a fighter, I think, of some sort. A paladin. I think a paladin who has some normal name. Who has a rat friend, and we are the gist right now is that there is a not poop nut, poo nut. One ends the P, one ends the poo. The campaign, some people are dying in town. Our friend who is doing it with us, we were the big main bad guy. What is it called? Big evil bad guy? No, big bad evil guy. BBEG was this necromancer, but our friend who is playing romanced the necromancer and has become has gotten into a relationship with the necromancer, and then we ended up siding with the necromancer to take out his enemy. And my son did a good job of navigating that, because we basically ruined his campaign that he had written for us with a few us being silly, but it has turned out okay for us. And we have one of the weird things is there is for some reason, we don't know why, still haven't figured it out. For some reason, there's all these dead bodies popping up. How necromantic, yes. For some reason, whenever there's a dead body found, there happens to be an omelet next to him, an uneaten omelet, and we don't know why. And we'll figure it out. Rite of passage as a party and DM, honestly. Yes, we have ruined some of his plans, but some of the plans have gone better because of what we've done. Let's put it that way. And he's rolled with it. I mean, our friend, who is a 40-something-year-old, has come over to work on the campaign, or to be part of the campaign, has done some silly stuff. I have done some silly stuff, and our son just seems to go with it and has adapted and improved accordingly with all the new nuisance that we have created. So it has turned out quite lovely. Let's put it that way. Plus, he's very excited and has really gotten into it. So there's that. What else what's going on in your life? That's not the marker I wanted. What's going down in Funky Town?
Tell me what's happening in Alice in Town. Alice in Town. What is happening in Alice in Town? Alice in Town. You got a song. Did 2 shows? Nice. Nice. A local art meetup every month and try to keep creating. That's awesome. I'm glad that you found a group of people to meet up with and sort of connect with, because that is a hard thing to do, especially when you get out and you move or you find a new location, is to hunt down the people of your brethren of sorts, the people that you need in your life as a that you need to interact with. Can be a very hard thing to accomplish. And so glad you have found some of those folks. Does this one have paint? Yes, this one has paint. Are you let's see, and the writing talk was helpful, talking to some indie publishers to start something. Oh, that's good. Are you where is hometown? When you say hometown, is that close by or is that a ways away? I don't remember. Those dry, let those dry. Da, 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 da. Zelda. Oh, Southeastern. Yeah, that's right, Connecticut. You're one of those Connecticut folks. Southeastern, which means you're close to New York, which means you probably consider yourself part of the tri-state area, even though you're technically New England. You can't have it both ways. I'm the close one in New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire. Sort of. Welcome, Scott. We were just going through. We were going through postcards just the other day, and Anna was like, "Oh, there's Scott, there's Allison." She was very excited, even though clearly had seen them last year, and it was just kind of funny that there was this "Ooh, this is someone I know," even though they're still friends with you, and I assume, I don't know, maybe you've parted ways. You said, "We're graduated, we have nothing to do with our friends anymore. They need to find their own way." Not the icky New York side. There you go. There you go. That's what I like to hear. No one needs that icky New York side. I need to keep working on this because I need to get this done tonight. I have a goal. I also need to do this. I need to go in here and do little feetsies underneath that, and maybe some little legs for the chairs. There's another leg for a chair that goes right down here. This one could be like this. And here. I don't know why I need to narrate this part, but I am. Little legs that imply the chair legs. So I need to thicken them up just a touch. Tiny little bit. Teeny tiny bit. There we go. Miss them. It's thinking not being close to school anymore. Yeah. Scott, if you're ever in the area and you want to pop in, just pop in. There's nothing stopping you. You know the code to get up the elevator. There's nothing stopping you. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, any alums that want to come back and visit, if you want to make sure that it's a day where someone's there, you need to just contact them first. But yeah, you don't need to just come on in. You know the location. You know what you need to do to get there. I mean, you've already done it. But yeah, if you want to come sit in on a crit, just let me know and we'll pick a day where the crit is happening, and I'd be happy to have you come in and give them a what for. And to relay what your experience, that's the other thing, is relay what your experience has been like, sort of getting out of school and what are the challenges that you face so far and things of that sort. You know, I can relay some of that as far as my experience getting out of school, but that was 25 plus years ago. And so it's not like it's super current in any sort of way that would be relevant to the crowd that's on hand. But I mean, we're in the second semester, so they're already starting to plan their senior show. I'm sure there's stuff that could be relayed there about what works, what doesn't work, and what to avoid. Let's put it that way. I don't think there's been a fight yet, but there's definitely been challenges of what to put on the card. So they could use it. But yeah, if you're either of you are ever in there and you want to come in, just come on in. If you want to crit, that's where we need a specific day, but you can just stop in and just chat at any point, and I would be happy to have you join in that capacity. Start adding some other, oh wow, that really just tore up on me there. That's not what I wanted. I do like these pastel pencils, look really nice. They sort of, I don't like the sound of them, but they work nice going down on these. They work. They actually draw on things that sometimes the other pencils can't do, so that's good. That's what I need out of them. So see, that already has that color. I just need something that's dark enough to hit that. So like, I can get this. Get some greens back in the schnoz. But what I really need is a darkish blue that's in that palette. That might be a little harder to come by. Let's see if I can find maybe that. That's probably it right there. Good night. Security won't tackle you. I mean, they might, but it's your own fault. If you walk in looking suspicious, that's on you. That's on you. About two big chunky lines for my squirrels. Chunky squirrel lines. Easy there. It's funny, squirrels don't actually have stripes that go all the way down there, but I think it makes it understandable what's going on. I do this. Not squirrels, skunks. Why did I say squirrels? That's totally the wrong name. Ooh, that doesn't even fit in that pencil sharpener. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, I broke. There we go.
that. Let's come in here. Let's get. Shadow under both of these. I might come in with, there it is, a little bit of black pencil there. Let's see, Charleston, anything, thoughts and, takes on thoughts about these chats so far? What do you mean by that? Wait, this chat. Wait, oh, I missed us thing. Okay, by the way, I want to congratulate you on the consistency of the Doodle series. It's so awesome to see this. Well, thank you, Charles. Yeah, we're in, we're coming up on the end of our 3rd year, I think, somewhere in that range. And so it has been a, I don't want to say it's been a long haul because it's been fun the whole way. But it has definitely been going on for quite some time, which is fascinating to me that it started out as just sort of a goof. In a way, it was just us sort of saying, hey, I need something to do and someone to chat to during the pandemic. And now all of a sudden it's become this like thing that's been going on for this long. And we've had on guests, and my wife and I were talking about, like, can we brag about some of the people we've had on, including yourself, which is crazy. We had Charles Santoso on. But the idea of, like, we've had Caldecott winners and people that have said yes, that were like totally surprised that they would even give us the time of day, that have agreed to be on this. And we're at this point now where, like, some of the names are kind of ridiculous that have agreed to join us. And so that did not work out the way I wanted it to work out. Hopefully I can get that up. It looks like an odd shape. I just need to draw it so it's more of a better shape than that. There we go. I got most of it up. But the series itself has been fun and rewarding, and we've had in my opinion, a really good time getting to know a lot of folks. And I say we because I mean, of course, my wife and I have gotten to know a lot of really interesting folks, and got to experience a totally interesting world that we didn't really participate in the same way with when I started out. And so hitting that is pretty amazing. And having on the guests that we've had on has been amazing. And really, we can't say enough thank yous to everybody for sort of joining us along this ride that is this series. And so, yeah, for all the folks that have joined us, including yourself, thank you, thank you, thank you. The magnitude of people that have put up with my silliness and stupidity on a regular basis, and the amount of information that's been shared and whatnot is, like I said, surprising in more ways than one. And I hope it continues. I also know that there is probably a limit as to how long this can go on, but we're going to push it as far as we can. There's always new people that are jumping into this world of Kidlit that we can invite into the equation, and hopefully they just all say yes. Let's put it that way. Put that underneath there, and then I need to make a Valentine's heart on this one. Then maybe I'll put some little other things in that so it feels like it's a little bit lived in. Some of those running that way. There's some other Valentines that run down the edge of that. runs up that edge. I need a little bit of a shadow back in here. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. It's taking longer than I'd hoped, but we're getting there. I'm looking for a specific color, and I don't know if I have it. Too many years ahead, yes. The hard part, Charles, honestly, about this is just the keeping up as I get older. There's so many people that can join us, and we're very excited to have them. The late nights, the wear and tear in that manner might take a toll over time, but we're still hanging in there. Still here tonight at 11 something after getting up at 5 in the morning. So there's room. Let's put it that way. Okay. Some other things I wanted to do. I wanted to put some books back here. But I need something that's going to stick out here. I wonder if, ooh, I should make her foot stick out. Oh, that's what I should do. So she's sort of like trying to play footsie a little. Oh, yeah. Just kind of like that. Yeah, I like it. Maybe a little higher. Just trying to get his attention with a little foot. If you know of people, Charles, as well, we had one really entertaining one maybe about 3 weeks back, 2 weeks back, something like that. Annie Castillo was on, who was amazing, and it was a recommendation of Eric Fan, and it was a great recommendation. Man, did we have a silly night that night, just chuckling all night. And so if you have people that you're like, I would love this person to be on and whatnot, just send it to me. I will say that's not an open invitation to everybody. Just send me who they want to have on, because we know there's lots of people, but in particular those that have been on already who know the gist of it. If you have someone that you think would benefit from, just reach out and send it along to us. Let's see, I'll take this one. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I was going to draw books in here. Where is that orange that I have? That's that one. Yes. I'm not 100% sure how I feel on this palette yet, but we'll get there. go. There's some books. Let's get some other little fine touches in here. Where's the color I wanted? I had a lightish. It wasn't this one. It was another one that was. There it is. Right there. Just that. Something like this will go. Underneath that, put right there. We're getting there. I feel like there's too many colors on the face. Too many colors on that face. We'll see. And in fact, because of too many colors, I might actually. Where was that orange that I used? This orange. I might actually do this. This might be crazy, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to get in here with my little tiny brush. Let's see what happens if I change this pencil. Even though I know the heart should be pink. Let's see what happens if I change it to a little bit of a orangey heart. Just because I feel like that pink is too jarring as a pink. And what I might do is put a little hint for the noses on both of these. It's too much. There we go. And then come back with that line there. And maybe, just maybe, I want to see. If I can get that to be a little bit more of an orange. I might come back with my fluorescence in here and see if I can punch those spots that have essentially some pink. And then a little bit more orange accordingly. Okay, now let's get in here. Where are we time-wise? 11:38. Okay, so we're good. Never mind. We are good. So for those that are watching still, who are saying, what's going on? Ask me questions. How can I help? Unless you truly have no questions, which I don't know if I believe. Is this white? What is this? Yeah, bismuth white. Bismuth white. There we go. Much. Where's my eraser? Went out a little bit too hard pressure. There we go. Let's soften it up just a touch. And then I want to come back in with something like this. Accordingly, take this guy, my bright fluorescent yellow, put that in there. Let's get a, oh, so I got color-wise. Use one of these. A little shadow. Okay, let me get another little liner brush right here. I'm gonna touch up this orange on this because it just needs more of it. Yeah, let's get my black marker here. Okay. Put that in there. That in there. Okay, we're getting close. I wonder if I had, I have a white in here I get access to quickly. I may not. See if I can find one. Hold on a second. Let's see. I got a clean color, but that's not what I want. I want a pure white. Okay, there's one. Is that it? Yes. I want to see what happens if I come back into this with this. Does it add anything? It just brightens just a little bit. It's not really doing much. It's not really adding too much for me there. Okay, and then last thing I want to probably do is come back in with a little bit of white paint right here. Back with my brush. Hopefully it's not too color. There it is. That's fine. I'm going to even out. These eyes being maybe a little bit brighter than what they were. Maybe that line that goes across here needs to be a little bit stronger. Come back over to these. Those in there. And maybe, let's see, are there any other little touches I want to do with the white while I have it? Maybe I'll do a couple little, like, frames up here that sort of break up the space. Okay, that might be good enough there. I wonder, just out of curiosity, if I were to do this. Oh, I think it actually does. It adds more of a pop, which is important. Which means I'll probably have to do it on the head too. That's okay. Here's what I'll do is I won't use that brush. I will use a different brush and I will dry brush it. So I'm going to maintain a little bit of texture up in there.
Okay, almost done, almost done. Go. I feel like there was something else I was going to do. I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember. Ooh, just threw that at myself. I need to make that a little bit more orangish. I was going to glue a couple of these down that started to come up at the bottom. So they stay stuck down. Try this off for a second. Something to separate out this. Just a touch. Okay. That line to be a little bit darker. And then what was I going to do? There's one other thing I was going to do. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it was. I was going to keep going at it with the white. One other little thing to keep going. Just to, I think it needs to be a little bit whiter on their heads. So I'm going to keep going with the white. Keep attacking it. It's maybe a little bit too textured, especially on the other one. I just don't want to see the brushwork as much as I'm seeing it, especially on this one again. So I'm just going to hit it with a little bit stronger white here, and that may be it. For the evening. Oh, I see one other thing I want to do. If I can do it, I have color to do this question. I need something like, is this going to work? This might work. Yeah, that can work. I just want one little bit to imply a chair here. Get the right cut in here. So it looks like he's in a chair. Okay. Otherwise, there's legs that go nowhere. Okay, let me just cut that edge here. Oh, there's that. And then there was one last thing that I was going to do, which was I had that black, there it is,
like this. I might just do a little like dot there to imply the bolt in the chair. That's it. Okay. I think that's it. Okay, we walk away there. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean up my colored pencils. I'll get this all nice and cleaned up on screen for you. And we will wrap it up with a few minutes to spare. So if anybody's got any last minute questions, now is the time. Otherwise, you have to wait till next week. Next week we have Ruth Chan on, who did a really interesting graphic novel called, I believe, Uprooted, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head. Without, I have too much information in my head to remember everything. So Ruth, if that's not it, please bear with me. But and they will be on Thursday night at 8 o'clock. Then the following week we will have Madison Saper, who is a former student who is in the Kidlit realm, will be joining us. And then we're into a whole nother month at that point. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. We'd already be in March at that point. I'm just putting some little stars in here. Little star like. Odds and ends, that needs to be glued down one last time. There's a pencil that can go from there. There's like this purple, so I'm going to add it in a couple of spots here real quick. Sort of lavendery purple. Some of these like chair legs or desk legs rather, and then maybe I'll that'll be enough over there for that. Make some drop shadows underneath these. There we go. And then maybe this line will get purplified here. What is this color? It is called Violet Ultramarine Clear, Light Ultramarine Violet. A little hint of that there. Come up that way. Okay. I think that's it. That's it, everybody. About to cut off anyways. Y'all have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week. Bye.